I don't know if we're going to fully finish this on stream today. We're going to try. We are painting tomorrow regardless, though. Oh, look, our internet connection's unstable. Fantastic. Stream Elements is here. Welcome, Stream Elements. Well, we'll just kind of see how it goes then. Okay. So we're just gonna jump in. We're using that same blue acrylic yarn. I did fluff some more of it this morning just to try to make sure we're gonna have enough here. So it is Sunday, Art Day, and it is New Year's Eve. So I hope everybody's off to a nice start for their New Year's Eve, and some people have experienced a New Year, so Happy New Year to those, and Happy New Year's Eve to the others. Time zones are trippy things. And we are going to try like hell to get as far as we can on this today. We will see how it goes. If the camera bounces, I do apologize. The camera's sitting on top of my one monitor. And the monitor's not very high off the desk. And sometimes we get a little vigorous with our stabbing and everything will shake a little bit. Doesn't look like it's doing it too bad. It looks like it's just the dino that's shaking. The Chungus. The mighty Chungus that refuses to be finished. I would have gotten this foot done last night, but we had to unexpectedly last minute run an errand that turned into 2 errands. So the husband was gonna finish his section last night in zoo, but he's kind of like me. When I know there's something I kind of want to get it taken care of, I don't like waiting to go do it. If I have the ability to get it done, I just want to get it done, so it's one less thing I have to think about. And he really needed some kind of new footwear of some description, and the shoe store was open last night after we had dinner, so we're like, let's go give it a try. He prefers like flip-flop sandal-y thingies, like slide-ons, but you can't get those year-round here all of the time, like at Walmart or something, so we went to Shoe Carnival. And they had a couple of things. He wasn't sure which one he wanted to try. There was one that kind of fit that he liked, but at the same time he was afraid he was gonna like destroy them within a week. He found a closed toe, I don't know, kind of like a canvas slide-on, kind of like a canvas moccasin kind of shape, style, sort of, that will work temporarily. And when we're down in Florida, he's gonna check to see if there's anything else down there that he can find that he likes better. Because he just blows through shoes so much. So the rest of our dino is getting a little fuzzy because I keep having to maneuver him and stuff, so we might have to give him a slight trim when we're done. It's like you can see he's getting a little fuzzy. I mean, we can try to re-tap it back into place, but it might just be easier to just kind of give him a slight trim. Now, I did jinx the needle that we were working with before. I was like, oh yeah, we've been using this for a long time. I haven't broken a needle in a while. And then, like, that night, I stabbed in and it went crunch, and I was like, aw. Like, damn it. Of course. It happens. I had a few more. It's not too much to get some more. So maybe in the next couple of months I'll order another tube of the size that I seem to prefer. So now if we can just get Chungus done, that would be fantabulous. So I'm using our little temporary pad that we made out of just some rolls, a roll of foam that we had. It kind of works, but it also kind of doesn't. I'm more kind of just using it for height so I don't have to put my neck in too many terrible positions, and I know I keep leaning that off camera, and I'm sorry I kept doing that in the recording at certain times on this foot, so I might have to edit some of that out, but I also really need to see what I'm doing. So that's a little bit more important since I have the sharp thingy. In the hands. Just a little bit. Somebody keeps flying overhead in a like private plane. Pretty loud too. It kind of sounds like the same one. It was so funny. People on one of the town Facebook pages, they're like, yeah, what time are we allowed to set off fireworks tomorrow? Or no, no, that wasn't it. Somebody said, what time, oh, that's what it was, like, what time frame does Prairie Grove allow fireworks tomorrow? Because I need to medicate my dog. And the people are like, oh, it's it's any day on New Year's Eve, or any time on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. And one of the dudes that works for the city that's on this Facebook page, he's like, no. He's like, he's like, they haven't been allowed in town on New Year's in a long time. And people are like, there used to be. And they're like, not for several years. And as long as we've been here, I've never remember them allowing fireworks to be set off on New Year's Day or New Year's Eve. Only on 4th of July. And they're like, well, people are going to set them off anyway regardless. And it's like, well, then you might have to pay a fine or get arrested or something. If you cause a big enough problem, you're not supposed to be setting them off on New Year's Eve or day. Big thing around here is people go outside and shoot their guns off around or about midnight on New Year's. Somebody has a cannon that they shoot off. Is Momo okay?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I heard somebody whine.
No.
Maybe it was a cat snoring.
That is happening.
Or it was Little meowing. Somebody just jumped out of the window.
Littles.
That was Little.
Hi. That or it was me, you know, having nasal problems.
Yeah.
Hi. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, all the furs. Hi.
She's mad, I think, because the boys are on the bed now. They've realized that there's sun on the bed. And the fleas aren't driving them crazy, so I think she's mad she lost her napping spot in the afternoon. Her and Ed have not been doing well the past couple of days. Last night they got into a standoff in the kitchen where she was blocking the chair that the food sits on. So I went out there and stood between them, and she started to climb off onto a different surface, so I just kind of picked her up and put her in the dining room, thinking that would solve it. But no, then Ed decides to follow her, and then they got into a fight, and she was getting real angry, and I'm like, can we not? Like, I'm tired of this. Can we not? Can't you all just, like, ignore each other? Apparently not. And then Ed was setting up to come back at her. I'm like, stop it. Not in the mood. At 12:30 in the morning for the shit. Too late, too early, one of those. Do 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 do. Alright, I'm gonna anchor that just on the back there. And I'm hoping we can finish this foot without too much of a delay. Like last night I got about that much done. Something like that. I didn't work that long on it last night. Around 11 I was like, I'm tired. I just want to go dick around in Stardew Valley for like an hour before I have to go to bed. And that's pretty much what ended up happening. And I ended up getting some new shoes too. It's been a while since I've had actual sneakers. I've been like living in my Crocs for the past bit, but if we're going to be doing a lot of walking, I kind of wanted a second pair of decent shoes. And I do have a pair of sneakers that I got from Walmart, but they kind of hurt my back when I'm walking around in them for too long. And it's usually not an issue when we're around here. But if we're going to be away, that is sort of going to be a problem. So I ended up just grabbing a pair of Skechers, and oh my goodness, I'm like, I put them on and I'm like, these feel so squishy. It's been so long since I had had decent sneakers. I was actually trying to get a pair of replacement Crocs, but they did have like a flamingo pink pair, and I was like, well, I guess these would do, but they didn't have them in my size. They were all too big. And I was like, well, probably not going to work. And we looked at a couple other pairs of Skechers, and I was like, you know, let me just go back and look at... They had a clearance area, and I guess stuff that didn't have a home anymore. Because not everything apparently was clearance in that back area. Most of it was, but of course the pair of sneakers that I found and seemed to fit pretty decently weren't on clearance. Because I'm like, yeah, but how much are they? Because we couldn't find any tags on them at all of any description. I was like, watch these be full price. And I think they were.
They were. Again, they were comfortable for you, so...
Yeah. It was like the only pair of wide ones that I saw back in that area. But they also had flamingo slippers on sale that they had up by the register that I was not expecting to see. And the husband saw them and he's like, oh, look. And I was like, oh, I said, but they're expensive. They were on sale though. But I felt really guilty getting them. And then we got home again, and I was like, fuck, we still didn't get the stupid holder for your phone in the car. So we had to go back out. And my mom needed a suitcase. I thought she had one, but I guess not.
She just might not have brought it with.
Like, I thought she used it when she moved down here, but maybe not. No, come to think of it, I don't think she did. I think she had most of her clothes in a trash bag. And maybe some tote bags and stuff. get this guy tacked into here. All right. Anchor that in there. We're going to try to get the bottom of this foot dealt with here. Alrighty. Don't worry, Chungus. We'll see if we can at least get your neck halfway done today on stream. You'll more than likely be finished off stream. More than likely. We will see, though. Definitely give it a valiant effort. So we are going nowhere today. Absolutely not. We need nothing so bad that we have to go out today, because I'm sure there's people already day drinking. Especially around here. And it's not so much that they're day drinking, it's that they're going to get behind the wheel. And that's okay. We will stay home and be out of everybody's way. I've got some apple cider chilling in the fridge. I'm going to have some cheese and crackers later. Were you saving your cheese for today or tomorrow?
Probably tonight.
I got these new crackers to try that I am kind of excited to try. God, I sound so weird saying excited to try a new cracker. Like the most boringest person ever. So, are we trying to learn how to play Clue tonight, or no?
I'm not sure.
I kind of forgot we got it for a minute. What happened to it anyway? Where is it?
It's over with the rest of the games.
Oh, okay. Ah, my fluff. My fluff is escaping the bag. When I was stuffing it in there, it didn't seem like we had put that much in there. Do, 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 do. This leg is like all sorts of fucking deformed. I don't know what happened. Okay. So, get this bit into here. We definitely made a dent in that ball of blue, though. That's for certain. Hopefully I don't stab myself too many times that you can make a drinking game out of it today. I think last night I only got myself like twice. And that was on a part of my hand that wasn't actually covered by the finger protector. So my own damn fault for not positioning my hand right. Alright. So we'll get this guy. It's up to 44. Now I'm nervous it's going to be snowing when we go to leave because I saw a couple of snow shower opportunities next week. And I know that's still a couple weeks out, but I do need to take off my sweater here. I'm a little warm. Working on Chungus. Can be quite the workout here. Did I? I swear there's times where I think I lost fluff, but I'm not sure. Kofi Butt's here. So were you swapping tanks on him yet, or you don't know?
I'm probably gonna try.
When were you gonna do that?
I'm not sure.
Okay, wrap this guy around in here. As best as we can. Do, 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 do. Turn the chungus. Meow. What's up, ma'am? Do you not have any food? What's the matter? Hi. What's wrong? Beep. Did you need food? Or are you just sitting there being grouchy? Hmm? Because you keep coming back over and mowing. I'm not entirely sure what's the matter. Okay, so this is gonna get all tacked down into here. We're getting closer to being done this foot. Like, if I had pushed through another hour last night, I probably could have. Gotten it done, but is she over by you now?
Not at the moment. She was earlier. No, she was on the...
Oh, you moved and she came running over.
What? What?
Do you need to eat?
No, I think she's just full of myrrh. She's just full of myrrh today. Myrrh.
Tell you, if I didn't know we had her fixed, I'd swear she was pregnant.
Well, she's certainly fat enough.
I picked her up last night and oh my god.
Yep. one of the reasons I'm not seeing if she actually wants food, because she's not getting no more food, Chubby. You're not getting no more food, Chubby. Ow! Punk.
She says, fuck you, I'm hungry.
Ow! Where are you? Come here. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Where you going?
She's like, I will win this. See, she's taking you to the kitchen.
Where you? No, you're rolling around on the floor.
Alright. Tack in the next bit here.
Oh my god, it's like picking up a bag of sand.
Yes, yes it is.
Oh, hi kitten. Oh my goodness, you weigh so much. You're such a chubby kitten.
For such a small kitten, yes. She might be dethroning the name Chungus.
Are you a Chungus? You a Chungus?
But she might also be mad that Ed's on the bed. It's entirely possible. She was in the windowsill. I don't know where you're putting her back.
Why don't you chill out here at the window, heavy cat? Hmm? Why don't you chill out here at the window, huh?
Sorry, there's no birds to occupy you right now. I can't make them show up. We've got food. We've got two kinds of food. They only seem to come to that window when the weather's really shitty. Do, do, do. Do 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 do. Alrighty. Getting this worked into here. Oh, Chunky, what have you got going on here? What the heck is this? Go over there. Extra fluff from something. Unless this pad is what's making you so extra defuzzed. It could be. I suppose it's possible. Alright. You can tell it's a holiday, or one of those, like, holiday not a holiday, because there's like no traffic at the moment. Although I guess people are still potentially in church. Though I think the church across the street, if they did service today, probably would have been out like an hour ago. Oh, we probably need to put the next door neighbor's trash out today. Since she's home. Oh, there's some traffic. Perhaps it was just a lull in the action. So we're just trying to make sure that we've got all of our little leggy fibers attached to some degree here. That's our big issue. All right. So now, let's figure this out here. Probably have to go one more round, at least. Before we can start working on the bottom of our footy. Since I want to try to make sure that we are down to the bottom edge first. All right. So, kind of hard to hold on to when we get near the end of the foot. So trying to hold what we haven't tapped into place yet in place. It will help keep it from sliding around. Didn't seem that windy when I was out earlier, but I keep hearing the one set of wind chimes going off here. So I do apologize if they're a little loud. So we still got a little tiny bit of a lip there, but we might be close enough where we can start working on the bottom of our foot here. Okay. So, just a little bit left up in here. I do have my little cup of water just in case we need it. Don't know if we're gonna. You never know, we might. We might. We'll see. Alright, so we're just getting a little bit of fluff here. Alright. Whoop, careful. Alright, so we're going to be on the very bottom of the screen here, and I do apologize for that. This is actually a good distance from how close I would like it to be. So weird that when you're like stabbing into something that you've had other stuff like on the side and you're like doing the top or the bottom. Sometimes the needle, when it goes in, will hit those cross fibers and you can feel it pull those cross fibers in a different direction. Sometimes. So like a second ago, I felt it. You know what? Maybe it's this. There we go. I felt it, one of the side strands get pulled tighter. Always a little bit trippy when that happens. Alright, so we're just working on getting the base of our last foot filled in here. And we'll have to do at least one more piece of fluff around our outer edge, at least. Maybe two. Because I didn't get this on there all that evenly. Take your pill. Nana?
Mm-hmm.
It's almost 12.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what exactly you're trying to tell
Your
me.
medication?
Okay. I wasn't sure if there was something else to that.
No. Okay. Get another bit of fluff and stuff here. Got to get the fluff and stuff. Alright. Poor Chungus' foot. I'm just moving it in every which way. Okay, so now I'm just kind of trying to fill in that remaining bit of white here. Where possible. So it might be a little bit difficult to keep this part on camera entirely. Alright. Hope everybody's having a good New Year's Eve so far. Or a good New Year's Day, depending on where you're at. With the magic of time zones. I wish Momo had let me get a bit more sleep this morning. He woke me up at 6-ish. I think I might have had maybe 4 hours of sleep. And by the time I got settled back into bed, I felt like I was kind of awake, so I was like, well, let me look at some stuff on my Kindle for a minute. Maybe I'll get tired enough to fall back asleep. Yeah, that didn't happen. And then I looked at the time and I'm like, I'm like, fuck, I think I'm awake. So I think I've been up since 6, running on 4 hours of sleep. Woohoo! Alright. Oh, Chungus, this foot has been not a delight to work on. I don't know why this foot has been such a hot mess. It shouldn't have been. It was no different than the others. You can't have that yet. You'll get that soon. All right. Get this worked into over here. As best as we can. So yeah, sorry again last night about no Planet Zoo stream. I did post on Twitter, so if you're not following there, I know a lot of people have left Twitter, but I don't have a Blue Sky account, so I'm not even sure if Blue Sky's gone public since I saw people handing out invites. I don't know if it's like still in beta or whatever, or if it's actually fully up and running, but I don't have an account over there. Gonna just wrap that around one more time, and we're just gonna kind of try to tap all that in. And then this leggy will be ready for its foot accessories. Here in just a minute. Alrighty. Oh, Kofi Bot's having fun. If I'm still awake enough later, we might bleach my hair. So we can refreshen my dye. Before we leave. It's been needing a refresh for a little while. And I want to get that done. If I can get a couple of washes in on it before we leave. So it's not quite so drippy. with pink dye everywhere. And then I'm gonna bring my own towel for my hair specifically. So if we don't get it done tonight, then it's definitely on tap for tomorrow. But the sooner that gets done, the better, because I have to do the bleach one day, and then the next day we'll fuck with the dye. I've had better success with doing it that way than doing it all in one day. Alright, so let's carefully work on getting this part worked into here. So is anybody gonna be watching any of like the New Year's Eve parties on TV from different areas? I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't know how late I'm gonna be up, number one. Might decide to put one of them on in the background if anybody's doing a web broadcast. Because we don't watch TV in our room, not really. I think we have an Amazon stick, but it's just to get the other streaming services that different family members are paying for. And his mom has Prime, so I don't know if we get anything from that or not. We might. It's just, I hardly ever use it. Probably not. You're already looking forward to bedtime now. I have to say, I kind of am too. I was actually sitting here debating on how much I could get done if I went and took like a 2-hour nap, and I'm like, probably not much. But the second I would have probably tried to go back to sleep, I would have been awake again, so I was like, fuck. Russell's like, well, do we need to switch sides of the bed tonight so I can deal with him tonight? And I'm like, yeah, but you don't get up and take him out all the time. I'll try to string him along till at least 6 a.m. because I'm not going out at 4:30 in the morning. Number one, I don't want num-nums to see me and then start. You got up at like 3:30 and you just got up from like a 3-minute nap. Ugh. I'm not good at napping. Like, I gotta really weigh the pros and cons of taking a nap, because half the time when I do take a nap, I wake up feeling worse. Most of the time. And then I was afraid if I did take a nap, I wouldn't even be able to drag myself out of bed by like 1. So I was like, I've got a lot of shit I need to do today. It's like, thanks, Momo. And then he gets up and goes and lays in my mom's room in her reclining chair. And I'm like, why didn't you just do that to begin with? You're such a punk. Like, my mom gets up around 5:36. And I don't know if he thinks because she's up, I'm supposed to be up. Or if he's just uncomfortable. But if he's uncomfortable, he can go sit in her chair. Like, he has no qualms about laying there any other time. He did a lot earlier and then stopped and sat down. And, oh, yeah. Like, I was sitting here getting ready to go live, and it was kind of starting to hit me, and I'm like, fuck, not now, not now, not now. I almost went live earlier, but I didn't want to wake up Russell, so I was like, well, let me fluff some yarn because I need it fluffed anyway, because I don't think I have enough. So I'm going to do a final cleanup trim on this guy because he's a little fuzzy in some areas from getting manhandled. Alright, that's not too bad. This foot's still not really touching, but it's okay. Oh, look at this. Okay, so our leggies are done. And Chungus, you won't even fit in the frame of the camera. We're definitely gonna have to take photos and post them. We'll post them in Zortz's Discord and stuff. And in the usual places. Alright, Chungus, you gotta work with me here, buddy. But we'll see how far we get on the neck. The neck's a lot longer than a leggy. We'll see how this goes. But yeah, we got home from getting the shoes, and I'm like, okay, I can probably get that leg done. Maybe if I have enough time, I'll start the neck. And then as we were getting out of the car, I was like, fuck. And he goes, what? I said, we still didn't get the holder for the phone. And he's like, oh, damn it. I was like, and we just came from there, from that end of town. And he's like, well, do you want to go and get it now? And I'm like, yeah, but we just came from there. We're already home. And he's like, I kind of want to just get it done. And we ran back in the house to check on my mom and to switch out into the new shoes so we could start to get them broke in. And my mom needed a suitcase. So we're like, alright. And then while we were there, I was looking at one for her. Russell pulled it off the shelf. I'm like, alright. And I said, that'll be small enough for the back seat. And then our big one will go in the trunk. And he goes, no, that's not going to fit in the trunk with the wheelchair. And I'm like, are you sure? I thought it was going to go like next to the wheelchair or on top of it. And he goes, no, it's not really going to work. I'm like, well, our suitcase is too big for the back seat. I mean, if I was back there, I would fucking cope. But she's going to be in the back seat because she insists upon it. And she can build her little pillow nest for her back there. And I'm like, well, the other one's like not really gonna fit very well. So we ended up grabbing a new one for us, which is probably for the best because the wheels on my other one kind of disintegrated when we pulled it out of the closet, like the coating around the outside of them. And we only need one for the both of us because we're not going to be going that long and we're going somewhere warmer. So, although honestly that doesn't really matter that much because all of our clothes are warmer weather clothes. So even if it was cold out, we would just have layers of the warmer weather clothes on. And while we were there, I was like, okay, well, are we just going to use the backpack cooler in the car, and he goes, the backpack cooler. I'm like, yeah, you know, the cooler that looks like a backpack. Are we just taking that one with us, or do we need to get a different one? And he couldn't remember what it looked like. I'm like, it looks like a fucking backpack. I don't know what you want from me. And so we were looking at coolers. I'm like, it looks like this. It's got soft sides. There's no hard inner tub to contain the melted water. And he goes, all the soft-sided ones that we've had on longer trips end up somehow, some way, getting a hole in the bottom of them somewhere, and then they start leaking water, whether it's got a hard insert or not. So he's like, maybe we should just get a hard shell cooler and just be done with it. I forgot to see how much that rang up. Did it ring up $11?
I didn't double check.
I don't know where that receipt is now. But, so we ended up doing that. And we did find a phone mounts. Will it actually work? I don't know. I think we might have had this one before. We had one that worked fairly...
something similar.
We had one that worked fairly well for several road trips. And I don't remember why it stopped working.
The latch broke.
Oh, is that
the
what?
thing that held it broke.
Like, I like the ones that kind of look like they suspend from the rearview mirror, but a lot of areas consider that vision obstruction, and they can ticket you for stuff hanging from your rearview mirror. So we really didn't want to tempt fate, because if there's a bored enough cop, they will definitely do it. So we're like, that's probably not the best idea. I mean, we wouldn't have had to worry about it falling, but because sometimes the suction cups don't like to behave on the dashboard. But it's not really going to work with me holding the phone so he can see the GPS for X number of hours. We were looking at the route, trying to figure out how we were going to go, and how much time he thought he wanted to do in a day. And he's like, well, maybe we should take 3 days to get down there. He goes, that way I won't be so crushed. And I'm like, this is up to you. I was like, this one route's got us going like through the middle of rural Alabama. And I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it might be faster by like an hour and a half. Maybe 2 hours at the most. I don't know how I feel about this. And he's like, why? I said, because it takes us off the interstate. It doesn't have us on an interstate here. He's like, really? I was like, yeah. And he really didn't want to drive through Louisiana either. Because we could have like gone straight south to pick up 10 and just taken 10 along the Gulf over. But he didn't want to drive down through Louisiana, and I'm like, well, this isn't the same route that we took when we went last time. He goes, it's not. I was like, no. We went through Atlanta last time. But we were also going to a different part of Florida, so it gave us a different GPS route. And we're trying to, like, zero in, and it, like, took us off of one of the interstates near... it was either Birmingham or Montgomery. I can't remember which one. And it threw us on these, like, country route roads. And it looked like local driving here, where it's kind of rural. There might be a gas station here and there. but it's kind of mostly just farmland, according to when that image was last taken, because we were looking at like Street View and stuff. And he's like, I don't know. He goes, I don't know how I feel about that. He's like, I think I'd rather be on the interstate, so there's definitely more hotels and stuff built up around it. And I was like, yeah. I mean, there's a couple of hotels in certain places, but there's also like a huge stretch of what looks like nothing. He's like, yeah, I don't know if I like that. So, because I was trying to figure out, you know, how many hours out to start, like, trying to look at hotels in that area for about how long he wanted to drive. Because he was originally talking about trying to do it in 2 days, and I'm looking at it, and I guess it was because the time of night. You know what? Let me check it right now, although it's a Sunday. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I always check this Google Maps thing at, like, nighttime when there's not so many people out on the road, so I don't know that I'm getting an accurate idea. Oh, again, this is on a Sunday, but it's probably still more accurate than what I'd get otherwise. Yeah, this is so weird. Why is everything stopped in Atlanta? Oh, that's a car accident. And I don't know what that's about. Alright, so, yeah, the GPS keeps giving me like 10 hours to Atlanta, and I'm like, I don't believe you. Are you so certain? 'Cause I don't believe you. But that's what it keeps kicking back to me. It was kicking that back to me last night too, when there was hardly any traffic, and I'm like, well, this might change. I mean, granted, it's a Sunday, but I'll probably check it again tomorrow. In like the morning, afternoon, just to see. Because I really don't believe it. I was like, there's no way. It takes like 4 hours to get across the state of Arkansas. 4 or 5 hours. I'm like, I don't think this is really accurate. Because it takes us like an hour longer to get to Little Rock than I've seen a lot of people say it takes. And I'm like, huh? We never get there that fast. But I don't know if, like, we're taking into account, like, stopping for a minute. Like, we never stop for very long, but we usually have to stop to at least get out and stretch our legs around, like, just before Little Rock. So, I don't know what that's about. I don't think we will do straight through to Atlanta in 1 day, but that's the route that we took the last time we went to Florida. There's apparently a mess of construction at the moment on I-75. I don't know if that's still going to be going on when we get there, but we might have to go through that. Or they might detour us around it. Like, our biggest drive time is gonna be through Florida itself, straight up. It's crazy how long that state takes to drive through. Absolutely crazy. And I said to him, I said, so the route from my brother's to to Key West has us going like right smack dab through the Everglades, just so you know. Unless you want to cut over and go a different way. But I think we should definitely make sure that the gas tank's full before starting on that stretch of road. We might have to fill the tank in Fort Myers. Because that's a stretch of road that doesn't look like there is anything on it either. Except for gators. And maybe some turtles. We've never been on that section of road either. This is going to be a little awkward while we're so close to the leggies to see here. But I remember the one town that we stopped in, and I did see that on the route again, so I'm like, yeah, no, this is definitely the same route. And I remember one of the cities that we stopped in, because it reminded me of a city in New York, and so I was like, oh yeah, I can remember that. However, I don't remember the second place we stopped. I remember we stopped somewhere in Georgia? I think it was Georgia? But I can't remember where. I think it was before... Was it before? I can't remember if it was before Atlanta or afterwards. I really can't. And that's kind of pissing me off. Unless we didn't stay in Atlanta at all. Maybe it was Alabama. I'm just very confused because I'm like, I really can't remember this other city. And that kind of pisses me off. What really pisses me off is that we cleaned out the car, I think a couple of months ago, and I had found my index cards that I had shoved in the glove box that had the addresses of the hotels that we were possibly going to use. Because I had the address already written out to put in the GPS, depending on how close we were to them. And I think I threw them out. I was like, oh, I won't be needing these anymore. And now I'm kind of like, shit. Why did I do that? It was just less stress to already have the address in hand instead of trying to look it up in his phone and then trying to plot that into Google Maps. And so now I have to figure out potential hotels on the way all over again. I'm probably going to do that on Tuesday. I was kind of looking at that last night, and I was like, I need more time, and I need, like, paper and stuff to write stuff down on, and I'm not really prepared for this. Alright, so Chungy's neck, I will say, has held up very well, considering all the abuse it's been through with me working on the leggies. Sorry, I was just making sure that bump I saw was attached there. So I did not know it with this color, and I think I mentioned it before. There's like a faint, every so often the light will hit this color a certain way, and it looks like there's like metallic fiber in here, unless it's just the way the light's hitting it. Like every so often it like gives off a sparkle in the light. I don't think it's picking up the sparkle on the camera, but I am noticing it every so often the way the light hits it as we're tapping it back in on top of itself. It could just be a play of the light, but I swear every so often it looks particularly shiny. And I was just surprised because I did not expect that. And I didn't even really notice it when I was fluffing it the first time. I only really noticed when we started using this color. Can't wait to fluff our new yarn. Excited about that. I really am a boring person. I'm like excited to try these new crackers we got later today. I haven't tried them yet. I'm saving them for New Year's to have with my sparkling cider. And I got some Cracker Barrel cheese. I hadn't seen them before when we were in Walmart the other night. And we did like a snacky run. Chungus is just fancy. That's okay. Yeah, it's alright. We've been so good for so long and had to go without even like the ability to just get a snack if we want a snack. Like we would just really have to sit there and be like, I don't know if we can afford it. Because every penny counted, and every penny still counts. But he kind of allotted for X amount of incidentals before he drops whatever's left after the car gets work done and the house line of credit gets paid off. And our cards got paid off. I think all but one of our cards got paid off because the one wouldn't let us pay onto it yet. I'm sure that won't go through till like Tuesday or whatever, but we're going to pay off the house line of credit so we don't have to worry about it hanging over our heads anymore, and we're going to close that motherfucker. It should have never been extended. This is the second time we've paid this fucking thing off, I will say that. I don't care if we have to pay a penalty for closing it early, we are closing it. Having that thing around when we don't actually need it for an emergency fucked us over. badly. Because we paid it off once and it got renewed or something. I think his mom wanted it left open or something. And we didn't realize that there was like $350 renewal fee on it or something until after like the statement came, and we're like, wait, what? And Russell got mad at that, and he's like, no. And then we didn't know. We kind of knew, but we didn't know because he wasn't keeping an eye on it that much. But like every so often his mom would like come home with stuff, and we're like, where'd you get the money for this? Because you don't have any money. Like, we know you don't have any money because you were asking us for money. And she's like, oh, I took $20 on the line of credit. I'll pay it back next month. And we're like, all right. Except she was taking more than $20. And the whole thing got filled again in the blink of an eye. And we're like, I'm like, that thing's going away. That is too much of a temptation. Like, we could have used that to help pay for the sewer line, but it wasn't, nothing was available on it. So that is going away. So you can understand why I'm nervous when he's saying that he's gonna pay stuff off of his mom's. I'm like, she understands we're not paying any more than this, right? It's her fucking problem after this. And the one card we are keeping in our possession, I think that's the one he's gonna pay down over time. And then the other one that he paid off in full, his aunt's gonna hold. She's slightly more financially responsible, slightly, but they have to have some kind of emergency credit card when they're on the road. What's up? Where were you?
Oh, I had myself another slice of pizza.
You had a what?
I had a slice of pizza.
Oh, I didn't know there was any left. I thought you ate all of it.
No. Oh, goodness, no, I hope not.
Well, I saw you eating it for breakfast, and I wasn't sure.
No. Don't eat that much. Oh.
I am gonna need a frying pan to make dinner,
Yeah,
and a pot for rice, though.
Yep.
So, let's see here. Chungus. A little awkward working on the neck, but it's not too bad. It's gonna be like working on another leggy, essentially. Fancy Chungy. Sparkly Chungy. Oh, I wonder if I can pull that off. Don't know. I have to think about that. Just thought of an idea. Depends on if I have time to do accessories. I don't know if I will. Because I also need to get what we're gonna paint tomorrow sorted. I haven't had the chance to do that yet. Oh yeah, so these crackers. I'm so excited about crackers. They're from Club Crackers, like the Keebler Club Crackers, but I've had those before, but these ones, they're kind of like the Air Crisp Ritz, except they're Club Crackers. And I've had the Ritz ones before, and they're alright, but I want to try these ones. Their shape reminded me of the old potato chip Air Crisps that I used to get, and I know this is going to be a cracker, not a potato, but if it has the same sort of texture, that might make me happy. You get excited about snacks. It is what it is. Yeah. I got a tube of cinnamon rolls too. Not sure when I'm gonna make that. We were actually excited. We got stuff to make salad. We didn't always have the money to get stuff to make salad. We either had to sacrifice something of our normal budget, or we had to tiptoe outside of it to do it, and we only did it like every so often. And so we got stuff for salad, and I said to my mom, I said, do you want a salad with dinner? Do you want your, because I made chicken the other night, I said, do you want your chicken in your salad? She goes, oh God, no. And I'm like, really? And she's like, no. And I'm like, okay, well, what do you want in your salad? Lettuce, dressing, and some bacon bits and croutons. I'm like, you don't want any cucumbers? I can't chew them. What about the peppers? Can't chew them. What about the carrots? Can't chew them. Russell went and I think got her a tomato. She didn't want my dressing. She didn't want Russell's dressing. She fights me so hard on vegetables. So lettuce with some sides. Yeah, pretty much. I'm like, I've got red cabbage too, or purple cabbage, whatever the fuck it is. She's like, no. But like, she fights me on vegetables with dinner. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna make beef and broccoli. I want just the beef and the rice. You don't want any broccoli? No, I can't chew it. And I'm like, but you've chewed it before when I've given you the tinier pieces that just kind of disintegrate because I cook it long enough so it disintegrates for you. Maybe just a piece. I'm like... And then she's like, I only want like a tablespoon of this. And I give her like 3 tablespoons. She's like fucking starving herself between her cigarettes and then fighting me about dinner. She's like, I can't eat that much. And I'm like, you can. I've seen you do it. You snack all goddamn day. You have a fudge sickle right before dinner, like a half an hour, 45 minutes before dinner's ready. You're coming out here and getting a fudge sickle, and that's like your second to third one of the day. And then she starts giving me shit. My doctor said I can't gain 1 more pound. I said, what does he say was going to happen if you gained 1 more pound? And she wouldn't tell me. I was like, you're going to turn into a pumpkin, a salamander? Like, what? What happens? What happens? I said, I find it very hard to believe that a doctor would tell you that. at your age, when that's how, you know, eating disorders happen. Yeah. And then after dinner, she's like grazing through snacks again, like, oh, I'll have some chips and dip, or I'll have this, and oh, look, candy. And I'm like, Mother, eat your dinner. Well, you give me too much, and then that turns me off from wanting to eat it. I'm like, I'm not fucking starving you. You paid for 2/3 of this. Fucking eat. If you can't eat all of it, that's one thing. But at least I gave you enough so you're not hungry afterwards. See, they just turn into children as they... I'm thoroughly convinced. I am thoroughly convinced. This is why I said I don't need kids. I've got pets and parental units to deal with. I'm good. I am more than good. %. Though it did shock me because I said to her last night, I said, Richard is gonna be there. It's my brother's name. When we go, right? Like, I don't want him to, like, be in New Jersey when we show up down there. She goes, no, I'm gonna call him tonight. I was like, alright. And we told her, it's like, well, on our way, we were talking about going to the zoo before we went down to Key West, but, and then I wasn't sure if zoo came off the table when we made Key West work, but Russell's like, no, we can still do the zoo. He goes, we can probably do that on the way back up, though, because we're on a time limit with the hotel reservation now, because we had to change our original days that we were gonna do Key West, because we got a better deal. And he's like, but no, we can stop there on the way back and just do the zoo on that Friday. And I'm like, okay. So Russell's like, so if your brother wants to go with us, and I'm gonna offer and see if he wants to go with us, he goes, I'll pay for his zoo. I was like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, I doubt he's gonna want to go to the zoo, because he doesn't strike me as the type of person that would zoo. And apparently when my mom was talking to him, and she's like, now if you want to go with us, we're gonna go to the zoo when we come back through from being in Florida, or from Key West. And he goes, yeah, I'll go with you. Now if he still does when the day comes, that'll be something else, but still kind of shocked us when he's like, yeah, I'll go. Unless he knows he's not going to see her again for some time, unless he comes here. So that could be the reasoning behind that, but don't know. We will see if he does actually end up going. Oh, that's right. Russell picked up 2 more pairs of shorts, too. Because he had a couple of pairs of shorts bite the dust recently. And if it's like 50, he's in shorts. So we're going to bring some pants with us, because Florida's a fickle bitch when it comes to this time of year and temperatures. You never know what you're going to get down there. But, so I'm going to bring pants and shorts. And probably a couple of my overshirts, but they're small. I'm probably going to have to bring my coat to start out with, but I might just leave it in the trunk in case I need it. Because I think I'm going to get mad at it with it on in the car. because the sun beats through the windshield even in the colder times of the year, and it gets kind of warm in there. There is one stretch of the interstate that we're going to be on as we're leaving our area that has this most god-awful road noise that is just so grating and annoying and persistent that the first couple times we heard it, we thought there was something wrong with the car. And we're like listening and we're like turning everything down. We're like, what the fuck is that? And then we got out of that stretch of road and it stopped and we're like, oh, for fuck's sake, it was the road. It was the way the road and the tires were getting along. We were freezing one day and then swimming the next in Orlando last year. Yeah, so I mean, I don't have a bathing suit, so I'm going to try to pick one up somewhere while we're down there. Or even if I can just find like a sports bra that I don't care about getting shitty from the chlorine. I mean, my brother has a swimwear store, but I don't think he has anything that fits me. I think he has like a skinny people swimwear store. I'm not skinny. I haven't been skinny in forever. I'm more closer to my mom's shape than anything now. Those days have long since sailed. And I think it's like all bikinis and stuff, and I'm like, I don't know. And it's wrong time of year to get bathing suits here. I don't mind a one piece, but I would definitely have shorts on with it. Or it would need like the little skirty things or B shorts baked into it for me to be remotely comfortable. I think the Key West Hotel, if it's open, there's a pool on the roof. Russell said he saw something that the hotel was doing renovations on some things during our stay, and I'm like, oh, I didn't see that. I was like, what's not gonna be available? And he goes, it didn't seem like it was anything we were gonna be worried about. It might have been the restaurant that was on property, because I remembered seeing a message about how there was no room service available and like the on-site restaurant was closed while we were going to be there. And I'm like, well, that's not that big of a deal. It's not like they're the only restaurant around. There's tons of places to eat down there. Eat yourself silly down there. Your bathing suit bottoms are shorts. Those are great. Yeah, so it's like I had one pair of shorts that I specifically sacrificed to be bathing suit bottoms that were like regular shorts, and I just, you know, made do with those. But because I had ordered a bathing suit on that particular trip, and when it showed up, it was not the one I ordered, and there was like a big dusty footprint in the middle of it, and I was like, what the fuck? And it didn't fit anyway, and I was like, right, I can't even try to make this work. See, that's just not gonna happen. I mean, worst case scenario, I can probably manage to find something in the Keys if it comes to it. But I might be able to find something around Tampa too. I'm sure a Target or a Walmart or something's gonna have something in that area. With some sort of swimwear, because I mean the beach is right there. I will say, if we ever end up being anywhere that's fairly sunny where we're outside in it a lot in the future, I probably will get one of those UV shirts. They have them all over the place down there because a lot of people do fishing down there. They go down there specifically to do fishing charters and stuff. So, I mean, you can't go X number of stores without falling over them of some description. I don't know, depending on how much they are, I might pick one up anyway. Especially if we're going to be doing farmer's market in the spring. That might not be a bad thing to have if we don't have a table and shade. I still have my hat from when we were there last time, but I might see about picking up a different one. I have my flamingo bucket hat too. So I got a pair of sneakers that don't have laces that you tie. It's just like the elastic doodles across the top of your foot. I don't know what they're actually called. Like, they look like laces, but they're not like real laces that you tie. And I had been looking at them for some time, and like, I don't know how they're gonna fit on my feet. They might be too tight. Actually, really nice. And I don't have to worry about them coming untied. And I'm like, sweet. Because I'm the queen of my shoes coming untied, even if I have double knotted them. I'm the type of person that once they get their shoes tied and they're staying tied, I will just kick them off my feet instead of untying them every time. I looked at the the Skechers slip-on. Are they the slip-ons? The step-in ones now that they're coming out with that have like the built-in thingy where you can just slide your feet into them. With like that weird shoehorn thingy on the back of it, and that thing's really uncomfortable. It's like a roll of extra padding back there that was just touching the back of my foot that just pissed me off. I'm like, nope, 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 nope. I'm like, I feel like the back of the shoe's broken or it's all bunched up or something. I don't like this. I mean, it wasn't. It was just from the padding, but it's what it felt like through my socks. And I'm like, nope, this is gonna piss me the fuck off. But we'll see what happens. The only thing I think we have left to get before we go is car snacks. And getting the car serviced. And that's happening this week. And then we have to go grocery shopping because, oh, that's right, I have to get food for the dogs and cook it ahead of time because I was like, shit, I make their dinner every night. Like, because they don't always want to eat their dry dog food. Zuzu will when he's hungry enough, but Momo's like, no. There's none of your food in there. And I'm like, buddy. He's like, no. So I'm gonna have to get some chicken and like boil that ahead of time for them. It's probably better than wet dog food mixed in anyway. I have a terrible time finding good shoes. So do I. Like, it's a nightmare. Shoes and clothes for me. Husband had a heck of a time. I was surprised we did manage to find something that he can tolerate until we get to sandal capital. At this time of year where they've got sandals everywhere. Because we had like 3 different ones in our hands at one point where he wasn't sure what he wanted to do. And then we thought we settled on 2. Like, I talked him into getting the second pair just in case the first pair didn't work out. Because it was the same price, the 2 of them, as the 1 pair that he was looking at. And he just wasn't 100% sold on the one expensive pair he had in his hand. And we did one more pass through the store, and I'm like, what about these? I know they're not sandals. They're kind of like canvas moccasins. Kind of, not exactly. And he goes, these aren't terrible. He goes, it's weird because I haven't had anything that's had cushion in them in a while. So he goes, he's like, I feel like I'm strutting because I've had flip-flops for so long that were just like a flat bottom that had no padding to them whatsoever. But I think his shoes were on sale at least. I was actually surprised that Shoe Carnival was so busy on a Saturday night. And then this one family we kept falling over, and I'm like, why are you all following each other if only one of you was looking for shoes? I'm like, I thought I was only letting one of you or 2 of you walk in front of me. I didn't realize you were all together. Like, I'm just trying to find a size, damn it. And now I don't know where I've looked. I'm just mad that I hadn't thought about the luggage that we were gonna have to get her, and then we ended up getting one for us, which actually did work out because he's like, no, the big suitcase is gonna go back, so I'm like, not gonna fit. So, or it's not gonna fit comfortably. The cooler's small enough where that could probably go under my feet if need be. And it probably will, just so I can get to it easier. So I'm not trying to struggle with it to get it up front, and if she falls asleep, then we don't have to worry about trying to wake her up to get into it. And we still have to get her cigarettes before we leave, or she has to get them for herself. But we did see something where her brand might be getting banned. We haven't told her that yet, because we don't know if it's actually going to happen. So she's either going to have to figure it out if it happens. Or quit again. Oh, it's a Momo again. Hi, Zamomo.
Hold on.
So I think I'm gonna approach the neck a little differently than we did the legs. At least in this one section. So right in through sorry, this section's a little squishy, so it's actually going in a little bit easier. So I want to make sure everybody gets tapped in there. So like from here to here, like so from here up to here, I think I might just lay over instead of keeping going around, and then when we get back up to here we'll start wrapping again, is what I think I'm gonna do. Because we're gonna have a gap here, and we'd probably end up having to do that anyway. If that makes sense. What?
Nothing. Mobile was trying to get into his bed the hard way, and he got stuck.
I don't know why he insists on doing it that way. We have, like, he's insisted on sleeping in this hay box that we had for the guinea pigs. We haven't had the guinea pigs in for a while now. But he wanted this box as his bed. And we cut down the one side. We cut like a very wide U shape so that he could get in and out of it easier on the one long side. And he keeps insisting on walking up to the side that hasn't been trimmed down and trying to pull his legs over it instead of just walking on the short side. And then he gets stuck. I'm like, buddy, what are you doing? You know there's a shorter side. So even at like this time of day, it was kicking me back 10 hours to Atlanta.
Okay.
So we'll have to sit down one day this week when we're both not doing anything and figure out how much you actually want to drive in a day. I'm gonna go a little bit slower in that spot, just to kind of make sure everything's good there. It still doesn't sound right, but that's the time I keep getting kicked back. I guess the other states are shorter to drive through? They've got to be. Actually, going back and thinking about it on the map, I guess those are the shorter sections of those two states. Like, I don't think we're going to be in Alabama very long. I just wish I could remember if I think we stopped in Georgia the last time, and I think it might have been before Atlanta. So I gotta sit down and look at that map. Right, so we get this tapped into here. That feels pretty solid there. Definitely glad I did that extra fluff this morning, or else there was a chance that we were going to have to make some fluff here. Okay. So I do want to be a little bit careful here because some parts of the neck are a little squishier than others. So I don't want to stab through. And get myself here. But we're getting in the home stretch now. My original plan for the neck I'm probably not gonna do. I might just add some spots instead. Because with the turtle shell, I'm thinking it's not going to look right. Now that I've got things coming to life in front of me. Might look a little too busy. Quite possibly. Alright, so I actually see a spot where we can put a spot in. Tap, 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 tap. That's the only thing my mom's gonna be mad about, is that she can't smoke on the hotel property. She's gonna have to go outside on the street at the one place, but I'm sure we'll be walking down with her. Well, she really wouldn't be able to smoke inside at any of the properties anyway. She's gonna have to go outside at the other places too. So I was gonna put a spot there, but yeah. She had quit for a while too. And then she started up again. I was like, damn it. Like, before she moved here. We don't let her smoke in the house here. It started out because of my dad. But we've just kind of kept that rule in place, and she's okay with it. It's probably better because then she can't fall asleep in here with a cigarette burning and the cats be getting into trouble knocking shit around, so. It's probably just better all the way around that that rule stays in place. It's like, even the casinos back home, a lot of them were going no smoking, or they were trying to, but people were fighting it. So I don't know if that ever went into full effect. There might have been like a small smoking section at the Borgata, maybe. I think it depends on where you are. Yeah. You used too many years ago. Very glad you quit. Plus, yeah, it is really expensive. like, the amount of money that she spends on cigarettes, I'm like, Mother, look at how much more money you would have a month. She's like, shut up. I'm like, okay. Think of all the boxes of fudgesicles you could have. She's like really hell-bent on not gaining weight because my dad made her promise not to. And I'm like, that's a fucking laugh and a half. And she's like, what? I was like, Mother, I know he had a lot of fluid retention going on, but that wasn't all fluid retention. And he's one to tell you that you weren't allowed to gain any weight. And she's like, still trying to stick with it. I said, are you still on the market? Are you trying to like pick up guys out on the front porch? She goes, no. I was like, then what the fuck does it matter? Stop being hungry and just fucking eat. Does it really matter what she does or doesn't do? Yeah, like, I'm like, if I had known about that, I would have laid into him. I've been like, excuse me, sir? I was like, you won't even do the chair exercises that or something that you could do that your physical therapist gave you to try to get you a little bit more mobile and get a little more strength in your legs. I was like, phew. No. That's just unrealistic. I'm sorry. That's bullshit. Especially when he wasn't like a slender stick himself, and I'm just like, there were times where he looked, I'm not kidding, pregnant with like quadruplets. He had that much fluid retention and weight on top of it, and I'm just like, I know a lot of it's the fluid, but a lot of it isn't. And that's bullshit. And you should have told him that that was unrealistic. I don't think it's offensive to say that. I would have told it to him to his face if I had known about it. And I'm sure Russell would have too. Because we don't really think the doctor said she wasn't allowed to gain another pound. We think she made that story up. Since we keep giving her shit about what he said. I'm like, I'm sorry, but he's not here anymore. What the fuck? That's wrong. On so many levels. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Something about he didn't want her letting herself go or some shit. And I'm like, what? Like, Mom. That's ridiculous. And besides that, you're how old? You've made it how far? Fucking eat what the fuck you want at this point. Who gives a shit? If you want the snacky, buy the snacky and eat the snacky. You're 80-some years old. Have the snacky. Now the cigarettes, I'm gonna give you shit over and you should be quitting that. Although at this point I don't think that's gonna happen. And she knows I won't buy them for her. So she gets Russell to get them for her. And he only does it because he doesn't feel like arguing with her. But for the longest time, even when we were still in New Jersey, she'd be trying to get me to pick her up cigarettes. I'm like, no. She's like, what do you mean no? I said, no. I said, you want to smoke them, you go get them. Or you find somebody else to get them. I'm like, I'm not buying them. No, thank you. This is like a you problem and not a me problem. This is very much not a me problem. If you want them that bad, then you figure it out. But I'm not going to contribute to your bad habit. You can quit. I'll go buy you patches. No. Okay. Well, good luck with that then. But no, if she wants to smoke here, she has to smoke outside on the porch. We have a little bucket with sand for her to put the cigarette butts in. I'm sure we're going to have to be doing cigarette breaks because we don't let her smoke in the car either. Use the nicotine gum, of course. Now you need regular gum around you at all times. Yeah, I mean, it's a hard thing to kick. It is. She's quit like 2 other times before, maybe 3 other times before. And I understand it's a vice and it's an addiction, like anything else. It's hard to stop it. But she had stopped for like over 6 months at one point, almost a year. And then she started right back up again. I'm like, what the fuck happened? You had stopped this nonsense. But, we'll probably have to do, rest stops every so often so she can smoke. So, I mean, that's gonna tack some time on. But she has to pee a lot too, so we like make her smoke when we stop to pee. She like smokes like half a cigarette and then she's putting it out. I'm like, well, don't get rid of it, I guess. Save it. But half the rest stops now there's like sections that are only certain sections you can smoke in, I think, and some of them. Super hard to quit. You promised yourself a new tattoo if you quit, so your Vulcan tattoo. Oh, that's nice. See, I mean, yeah, I mean, some people need the incentives. I was just mad because she had quit once already. Well, several times. And the one time, it was like the longest she had quit for. And something happened, and then she started right back up again. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, no! But, like I said, they might be banning her cigarette brand, or the menthol version of her cigarette brand. Which is what she smokes, like the menthols, and Russell and I are like, well, we're not gonna say anything until it actually goes through. Or we're just gonna let her find out when it happens, because she's gonna have to figure out something then. Because I always talk about going to ban X, and then, you know, half the time it doesn't end up happening, or something vetoes it, or takes like 5 more years to actually happen. We don't want to get her all pissy about it in case it doesn't happen and then she's all worked up for nothing. Oh yeah, they were trying to get rid of those because of the children or something. Jesus Christ. But yeah, we'll sell magnet toys. Did you hear about that? Walmart was selling these, like, sets of magnets. Like these round magnetic balls. And now they're suddenly being recalled after they sold so many over the holiday. It's like a toy. Like, you build stuff with them and they click together or whatever. They're round magnet balls, you know? They're a toy. And kids are eating them. And ingesting them. I think a couple people died, and I was like, what the fuck? Where are these children? How old are these children? Why are these children being given a toy that they're obviously not mature enough to use to not put in their mouth?
Keep in mind that very young kids are grabby and stuffy and mouthy, so... They
shouldn't be used around small children, yes, then.
But
common sense, like, what the fuck?
But still, I understand that it's hard to keep kids from grabbing stuff and stuffing it in their mouth. Like, it's great to say that and all, but it's really hard to stop them.
But why are you letting the other child play with it within reach of...
They may not be. The other child may have lost a couple of them and they went somewhere. The other child may have left it out. The toddler may be just old enough to open the toy box, but not old enough to know better than to stuff things in their mouth.
This one was like an infant that I saw one story on. I was like, really?
So the infant reached over and grabbed someone when no one was looking. You know?
I wouldn't even have that toy in the house.
Well, honey, that's you. I mean, I know I would be paranoid about kids putting things in mouths because that's what kids do.
Yeah.
But I have more common sense than your average for the area, so.
Well, I mean, this is true.
You know, I mean...
Mom on TikTok too busy to watch the kids. Yeah, I was like, here, go play with this. Watch your little brother. I was just like, oh my god. So now they're having to do a mass recall on them. And I was seeing about injury. I'm like, what is this toy? And then I looked at the fucking article and I was like, seriously? This sounds more like a parent issue than needs to be a recall issue. I mean, didn't we have this issue with, like, watch batteries at one point? Where, like, little kids were swallowing tiny watch batteries and then they were having to have surgery to get them removed because they were, like, burning holes through their stomachs and stuff. Or was this same thing previously, like, it was either the watch batteries or it was these magnet thingies that happened a different time also. Like, this is not the first time I've heard of this happening. And I'm just like, why? A, if we know this is a thing, why are we still making this toy if it was that toy that happened previously? And B, I don't know why you would, like, be coming after the store that sold them when this was entirely a supervisionary issue or a maturity issue. I don't know, it just seemed odd to me. I'm like, really? I don't know about this. I mean, the toys have warnings on them, and I don't really think you've got a leg to stand on here, but... yeah, like, it sucks, and I'm sorry, but this kind of feels like this was on whoever was supposed to be keeping track of this toy. But then again, if I had anybody in the house of an age that could pick it up and put it in their mouths, I probably would not have brought it into the house.
again, it's unfair to punish children for the stupidity of their parents. You know, that's why you gotta do things like lock guns up if you're a gun owner, because kid's not gonna understand. And
well, no, I mean, guns need to be locked up, and they need to have an extra lock on them in their lockbox or whatever. Like, I'm fully a proponent of that. I remember seeing, now I don't know if these Am I the Asshole stories are true. I mean, you have to remind parents that plastic bags aren't toys either. I would play with plastic bags, but I was old enough to know not to stick my head in them and breathe. Like, I would make kites out of them, because I didn't have any kites at the time, and it was a windy day, so I was, like, tying string on them and trying to get them to fly. But I was also very bored. But, I wasn't, like, a younger child and playing with them. It's like, yeah, you have to have the warnings on the buckets, where you can't leave your child unattended around a bucket with liquid in it, or a bucket in general, because there's only so much air in the bottom of that bucket. But, shit, I was gonna say something that quick, I forgot. Damn it, what was I gonna say? I might remember. Toys. Oh, yeah. So, I don't know if these... Right, but you weren't a toddler. No, I wasn't. I was very much not a toddler. I don't know, like, if these Am I the Asshole stories are really true or not, but somebody had posted, I'd seen, they were like, oh, am I the asshole for refusing or not wanting my house childproof? With, like, locks on all the cabinets and stuff, because their daughter was, due to circumstances out of their control, was a single mother. I think the father up and hit the road or whatever, and so she was back living at home with the baby, and the baby's old enough to walk around now and starting to get into stuff, and the father's like, I don't want all these child-proof locks on my cabinets, and I don't want all these, like, bumper thingies on the sharp corners on the tables and stuff, that the mother went and got, trying to, you know, do the right thing and try to keep a serious injury from happening. And her father's like, the kid's grandfather is like, no, I don't want all this shit around my house. And I'm like, really? I'm like, he wanted her to be in her own place and not still living there. And I'm like, okay. But, like, it's like, no, sir, you're the problem here, because, you know, it's not like she's refusing to do it. She got the stuff and is trying to do the right thing to keep a serious accident from happening, because little hands get into the darndest shit, like we just talked about with those toys. And if you aren't taking the proper precautions, shit's gonna happen. Yeah. And I was like, Jesus Christ. I was like, in this instance, sir, no, you're the wrong one here. And I could only imagine if there was, like, weapons in this house, the tragedy that's gonna happen. I don't know if there were, they didn't say, but I'm just like, you sound like the type of person that refuses to lock up their guns safely and stuff. It's just like, holy crap, guy. I read another one off of Facebook where it wasn't like through the normal Am I the Asshole posting format. Like somebody like just made a post, I think, and they were asking people if they were. I saw somewhere in my scrolling something about how some lady that they were this chick and her husband were friends with, that they had as a bridesmaid at their wedding and stuff, and And then they in turn were a bridesmaid at the other person's wedding, and they knew the couple, and like they were friends with them and all. And as time was going on, the bridesmaid friend was like getting more distant with the poster and original poster of the story. And the poster was getting kind of hurt and more hurt over time by the lack of interaction coming from this person, even though like they were trying to help them out, and you know, they took photos at the one baby shower, or no, they provided like food and stuff for the one baby shower, and like they would try to do stuff with this person, and they'd be like, oh no, I can't, you know. But yet the person, this friend, was still interacting like normally with the poster's husband, and like messaging them about all kinds of stuff. And the lady wasn't trying to make a big fuss about it, because she was glad that the person had somebody to talk to, but she was also starting to get a little weird about it. And then something about that, it turned out that the bridesmaid friend's husband turned out to be cheating with somebody else, and now suddenly she's a single mom, and the poster was like trying to do stuff to help her, but they were still being like cold and distant but friendly with her husband. And people are like, if she's acting completely normal with your husband, that baby of hers might be your husband's. And it was like weird how people were going on in the comments, and I was like, I don't know, maybe it was just a slight that she didn't realize she had done to the other person. But the more people were talking, they're like, either she wants to have a more meaningful relationship with your husband, or they already have one. And like other people were, she's like, no, I don't really think so. He's not the type of person to cheat. And other people are like, I don't know. Like, all the comments were like, we think that baby is his, and stuff. And I'm just like, you guys are making a really big jump here. I don't know about that. I mean, it is possible. Anything in that situation is possible. But I don't know, it seemed like quite the leap. Because I don't know if the poster's husband and the bridesmaid friend ever really were in a position to be alone together for any reason. Like, I don't know if they really ran like in the same areas or whatnot. I don't know how close they lived to each other. If they lived close to each other, then yeah, it's possible, but yeah, all kinds of shit. I'm just like, half these things probably aren't even real. Just people making up shit for clicks. Like, I used to listen to those, the YouTube videos where people read out certain am I the asshole, or r/HOAs, or whatever from Reddit. And I found that I can't listen to them anymore because they give me all kinds of heaps of anxiety now. Just thinking about some of the stories, like, I'll see them start to like talk about it in the thumbnail, or like the title is what some of the stories they're gonna talk about, and I'm just like, oh no, I can't. I'm like already fucking anxious from just reading the goddamn thing that you're gonna go over. Just like, no. Read them on occasion on Board Panda, but they're too much most of the time. Like, the one guy does a lot of HOA horror stories, and the one post was like, yeah, while I was away, my neighbor built a fence through my farm property and cut off half of my property and is refusing to take the fence down, saying she owns that part of the property now when she fucking doesn't. And I'm like, oh god, this is all kinds of anxiety that I just can't handle. I'm just like, it's not even me, and I'm like, oh my god, no, I can't do this. I was like, nope, 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 nope. Like, just I can't. Just, I can't. Just like, that sucks. Or like, stories about how people were like trying to enforce HOA rules on those that weren't actually in their HOA. Like, their property was like the cutoff. And I'm like, what is even happening here? I'd be going and getting a restraining order against these people. Be like, get the fuck off of my property. I'm not in your HOA. I never was. This property's been here before this even started. Get the fuck out of here. And then I would probably put like 500 lawn flamingos on my front yard just to piss them off. Be like, it's my fucking front yard. Get the fuck out of here. I don't think I could handle dealing with an HOA. It's bad enough that some apartments have HOA rules. Like, the one place I lived at briefly in Pennsylvania, apparently, and we didn't know this until we got in trouble for it, we got a warning. Apparently you can't, if you have a balcony, like a balcony little patio area, and your apartment faced the front parking lot, you weren't allowed to, like, put drying racks or anything out there for your clothes to dry, or hang anything over the railing. And we got in trouble because I think her boyfriend threw a towel, or she did, over the railing or something to dry. And we had a very nasty note on our door when we got home that night. I was like, Jesus Christ. Like, I get it. I understand the premise and why some areas want them, you know, just to keep neighborhoods from getting, like, too run down looking, and try to keep the houses and the property values in that area at least, you know, within reason, so it doesn't, like, fully tank and all that, and so, like, you don't have weird stuff, like over-the-top weirdness happening. Like, I get that. I do. But some of these fees are fucking ridiculous, and then you get the weird, over-the-top people drunk with power. It's like, dude, calm down. You're part of an HOA. This isn't the secret militia, okay? It's an HOA. Calm the fuck down. Yeah, it's like just stop it. Okay? Just stop it. There's been so many horror stories with the HOAs. I'm surprised there's any still around, because so many people are like, no. Just no. And I think there are some in our area. I think. We're not in one. Thank fuck. It's bad enough. I mean, the city has their own ordinances about, like, grass getting out of hand and stuff. And we've gotten, like, 1 or 2 notices that if we didn't cut it within X number of days, like, the city was going to cut it and bill us an exuberant over-the-top amount because they had to come out and do it. And that's really only when the husband was having, like, a bad time of it. Or it was just too hot to be out there trying to do anything.
Bother this year.
I thought we got 1 this year.
Oh. No, this year we didn't get any. Which I found interesting considering how fucking hot it was.
Yeah. But then again, we also had the 2 weird guys and their weed whackers come along and get our front yard, and they took down my ornamental grass I had growing, and I was pissed. They did it not once but twice. We have the remains of a tree stump that kind of disintegrated, and it's kind of ugly, but it's near like the water meter and gas lines and stuff, so I don't really want us to try to do anything to it. Just want to leave it be. But I had we had grass that was growing up around it, and we kept it in a circle, fairly neat, usually, deliberately grown up around this tree stump on purpose. And these guys came along on an ATV or in a truck or something, and they just cut it all down, and I'm like, dude, Fairy, don't tread on me out here this close to New Hampshire. No one gonna tell anyone what to do. It's a Zordles. What's up,
Hey,
Zorts? You gotta work tonight? Bozzy said she's off tonight but has to work early in the morning. Got mandated. Well, I guess it's extra money at least. At least you're getting paid, I guess. I suppose. Better than not having any work, I suppose, as well. So, if I can still function by time after dinner rolls around.
Did Zorts find out?
Yeah, Zorts knows.
Okay. I didn't catch who you might have been able to tell about it.
Oh, I told Zorts day one that we found out because I was actually sitting in his stream.
Oh, okay.
But, if I can still function after dinner, I think we have game night.
Oh, I forgot that was today. Okay.
Unless you have to cancel.
No, I'll be alright.
You got more sleep than I did. I purposely tried not to wake you up. It's just we've got other stuff. Were you gonna do dishes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was at least gonna do some.
We gotta get this fish cleaned. I think we might bleach my hair tomorrow. I think we decided that was gonna be the better day.
It might be for the best right now.
Because we don't really have too much going on tomorrow. We do the rest of the week. Oh, the cat sounds like they're snoring.
Yep.
Very loudly, too. Threw me for a second. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, so we will be away somewhere the end of the month until early March. And it's gonna be nice to get out of the house for a little bit. Break up then what's become the norm. Alright. So today we finished up this leggy. Don't know if we're gonna get this guy done on stream. We have 2 more hours to work on him. We'll see how it goes. But things always seem to take exponentially longer than I assume they're going to. I don't have the hot glue gun out, so I'll probably have to tacky glue the eyes in place. If we get there during stream. Tomorrow we're definitely painting. Come hell or high water, we are painting tomorrow. I still have to figure out exactly what we're painting. I have an idea. I just kind of have to get it designed out. Get it on paper, just to try to save us some time. Gonna be very careful with this needle since I broke one recently. I think it sounded like more of like a stress fatigue snap, which is not surprising because we've had some pretty dense sections on this guy, and the needle was several months old, so I'm not all that shocked. Oh, we found Russell's fans for his PC. He kept thinking...
Right. I still have to do that.
He kept thinking that he had put them in a kitty litter container. Like, we go through so much cat litter that we save the buckets. Like, we get the big buckets. Like the 40-pound yellow buckets of it. And we keep them because we can't recycle them. So we use them for storage a lot of the time, or we were using them as planters at one point outside. We try to get rid of our excess during our spring cleaning events, although at this point we could probably sell them for like $3 or $2 at a yard sale. They're starting to take over our laundry room.
What are we selling?
Could probably sell those buckets at a yard sale for like $2 a piece.
I doubt we get $2, but...
Fine then, 50 cents. But we thought he had put them in one of those containers, but he was going through all the containers that we had close at hand and wasn't finding them. And I'm like, it shouldn't have ended up in the shed. Like, we haven't put any buckets out in the shed. And I was like, maybe it's under the crab tank. It got like shoved back under there or something. And he's like, maybe. We haven't cleaned under there yet. And then I think he went to grab something off the shelf behind his desk chair. And I heard him say...
Well, I turned and looked and I saw this box. I'm like, what the hell is he doing
in
in
this
this box?
And then I heard you say, what the hell is in here? And I said to him, oh, is that your fans? And he got this look on his face. And then he opened them and he's like, son of a bitch. So they were right there behind him the whole time we were trying to find them. So at least we know where they are now. He thought he took them out of the box, so he didn't really pay much attention to the box on the shelf until curiosity got the best of him, and he was like, what is in here? And I don't think I remembered seeing the box that they came in. Alright. So that's not... Oh, wow. That's solid. That's a solid chungus neck. Okay. The top of you is getting all kinds of fuzzed out, but alright, so let's see about getting this put onto here. And I guess we're not doing too bad. So I think the leggy took us about roughly maybe an hour to finish. Hour-ish to finish up the leggy. And we've been going a little while on here. But a lot of the time is just getting my yarn sorted to attach it. But we've definitely got a good amount still fluffed here. So that's good. So does anybody have any New Year's resolutions, or you guys are like, fuck that shit? I know some people are adamant about doing it, and other people couldn't care less. We don't really make them. If anything, it would just be to just get through another year. Probably. As unscathed as possible. Just the only thing I ask is that 2024 is kind. And shows some sort of mercy. So that we can attempt to recover some of our sanity. Or at least stabilize what little of it is left. You think about it, but usually never change. Yeah, like, I don't make any, like, big life-changing ones. It's usually just want to get through the next year. I feel like we'd have to have more money to actually make resolutions to attempt to follow through on. Like, anything, like, real grand. Some people are like, I'm gonna travel more. I'm like, we ain't got money for that. Oh, everything is so, like, happens, in the moment sometimes, where it's just like, I just want to get through this year. With as little trouble and fuss as possible, please. That's all I want. That's all I want. It's still kind of somewhat straight. It's not perfectly straight, but... Alright, so I think we still have to, well, I mean, I guess we could start wrapping oh, no. I mean, we could technically start wrapping again, but I think I'd rather wait until we get to about here. I feel like we will finish Chungus today at some point. Probably not on stream. Depends on how the rest of this goes, but we might, maybe, if I can pick up the pace here. It's a possibility. I mean, it is a little bit longer than a leggy, but there's still potential, because we're in like the most time-consuming part, I think. This has got a bit more real estate to it down here than we do up here. So I don't know. I still have to figure out what the fuck I'm making for dinner. Chicken something. I don't know what that chicken something's going to be yet, but chicken something. I think I've got a teriyaki pineapple marinade. I've got a teriyaki honey marinade. Do we still have panko?
I think.
Could make chicken nuggets because we're out of the pre-packaged ones. I could also potentially make some chicken parmesan bites. But I don't think I have any. I have screws, but I don't have penne. I ended up donating the angel hair pasta because my mom's didn't want to eat it. I feel like if I make chicken parm, I need to have some kind of pasta with it. Chicken parmesan doesn't work with rice. Could attempt to make mac and cheese, but I don't think I want mac and cheese today. I mean, it's not too bad to make it, it's just, it makes a lot. And my mom says she's not a real big fan of mac and cheese. And Russell hasn't wanted it lately.
Sorry.
Okay, hold still. Just want to get that end point tagged in here. So I guess it's this rough foam that's making Chungy extra fuzzy. I'm finding bits of it attached to it. Don't you go walking off the desk, sir. I see you over there on the edge. How about you just go back up there? Had a bag of fluff that was trying to escape the desk. Like, no. I'd really rather you didn't. The question is, do I really feel like making chicken parmesan? Or chicken nuggets? Did we even have any French fries left?
As far as I know.
I know we have mashed potatoes left. I gotta think about this. I guess it depends on how much sauce I have in the freezer. That's what it's really gonna come down to. What I end up doing. I mean, I could also make bourbon chicken. I'm not sure if I'm out of orange juice, so I don't think I can make orange chicken.
I'm pretty sure you got plenty of it there, hon.
Orange juice.
Yeah.
Not the apple juice.
Yeah.
I thought I had used the last orange juice.
Unless you went through more than I thought. Here, I'll go look.
Because the orange juice is in the basket.
Yeah, hang on. I'll go look.
I froze like a whole bottle of apple juice to do bourbon chicken. I've got plenty of that. I'm just feeling lazy. Don't feel like cooking at all.
I have at least 2 bags of orange juice here.
Really?
Yes.
I thought I'd used it all.
Nope.
Do. Alright. Don't create a thin spot, please. I mean, it's not the end of the world if it does. But it just means I have to stop and fix it. And it kind of looks like we're already gonna have a couple of spots in here, so that's actually quite a large split there. What do we want to do about that? The other thin spots I was using the light blue to cover. Well, some of them. It's kind of a large spot. I think we're like a third of the way done the neck. Don't know. Yeah, I'm not gonna call that halfway. More like a third. Yes. Peebut's being weird. I think I figured out it was the full moon that was making them be so stupid. we had put our new shoes on, and within 5 minutes, the shoe boxes had caught like 3 cats, and I was like, really? Like, that's gotta be some kind of record. Oh no, it was the shopping bag that the shoe boxes were put in caught 1 cat. And then the 2 boxes caught 2 other cats. And I was like, oh no. You can't keep the shopping bag. Let's just get rid of that right now. No, thank you. Had enough trauma with cats and bag handles. Don't want to live through that again. So I'm like super paranoid about bags being in reach of the cats now. Like any bag that has a handle on it, whether it's plastic or a tote bag. Not after the one incident where the one cat like almost choked themselves out with a bag handle, like somehow managed to get wrapped around their neck. I wasn't home. I'm like, how did you even do this? Why were you playing with the bag to begin with? How? How did this happen? He's like flopping around on the floor. I'm like, what are you into? What are you up to? What are you doing? And then I realized what was going on. I was like, oh shit. I think I had to cut the handle of the bag off of him. He had it wrapped that tight. I'm like, dude, how do you even do this? How? He scared the shit out of me.
Give me a second, buddy.
Alright, so there's that. So now I'm like, nope, nope, nope. Give me the bags. Give me this. Give me that. That's gonna go up. It was the only cat I've ever had do that. Was that specific one. And I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sake. I was like, could we not? I'll tell you one thing though. You know what's been crazy? The past couple of days? Or like for a day or two? The YouTube algorithm went nuts. Like 2 or 3 nights ago. 2 or 3 days ago. Maybe 4 days ago now. And I don't know what the fuck happened. But a couple of my videos that usually only get like maybe 5 views at the most over there, like, went triple digits on me out of nowhere. Like, in the matter of 24 hours. I was like, what the fuck is happening? I was like, these never get this many views. I was like, what the hell? I have videos, it was 2 of the Chungases hit triple digits. And I was like, what? This doesn't make sense. I've been using the same searchy-doos. The same taggies. I'm pretty sure on all of them. I think one of the archives of this project only had like 1 view. There's probably a couple that didn't get any. And that's fine. I'm just archiving them over there in case I need them later. Or somebody wants to see how I did something at a later date. And then it was like 5 views, 7 views, like 15 views. 450 some views. I was like, what? I'm sorry, what? Excuse me? What the fuck happened? Why in the middle of this project are, like, those two specifically jumped out of their skin? Like, I don't know. I don't understand it. I was just like, okay. I have no idea what the fuck happened.
Come on, you. Oh. Hey.
The hell?
What are you eating?
Did you find a piece of dog food on the floor? Buddy, that's gonna be ancient.
Out of his friggin' bowl. But he finds a random piece on
Yeah.
the floor. Oh, that's edible.
I have no idea how long that's been there.
I don't like it.
But I'll give you fresh food in your bowl and you just totally ignore it. Was it not stale enough for you? Did it not have enough floor flavor for you? Jesus Christ, Momo. We gotta show his mom how to feed the dogs, or what we've been doing to feed the dogs. I gotta cook for them, so she's got stuff to give them. What came? I'm surprised something got...
Gloves.
I didn't think they delivered on Sunday, let alone on New Year's Eve.
Well, they did that time.
Weird. Sorry, delivery dude. I didn't think they were gonna make you work on a Sunday.
They would have made it work anyhow. Ugh.
Hmm?
They would have made him work anyhow. Oh.
What?
My mineral oil and incense should be in the mailbox, apparently.
Two different delivery drivers?
I guess.
Because it's weird that one package would be on the porch and the other one would be shoved in the mailbox. He got a huge cutting board for Christmas, and he got the oil that you're supposed to condition it with or something. Keep it from getting weird. So Windows 11 is acting like I have breaking news with a red notification on there. It's probably some kind of stock prices dropping somewhere. I don't know why it keeps giving me stock prices. I own no stocks. I don't know why it got it in its head that I needed to know this. But it seems to think I do. Okay. So, this section was a little bit thicker. That's why it's taken a little bit more tappy time. So we've been moving this cutting board. You can just hide the widget. He got this cutting board. And we just keep moving it around because he hasn't opened it yet. Because he wanted to condition it first. Alright, so let's get this guy. Put into here. Trying to make it not be quite so obvious in certain spots, but don't know if I'm gonna have that luxury. Sorry, I'm just getting our blue cut down here, our lighter blue. That put into there. So we need to get oil to put on that. So do you have to do that oil every time or only a certain amount of time?
Oh, just like once a month. With how often we use it.
I didn't know if it was something that had to be done every time you used it afterwards, or...
Not every time.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna make this one a little bit bigger. So it's still a little tiny bit poking through there. Alright. And got one here. And we'll tap that into there. And there we go for that spot. Yes, I'm very confused as to why those videos suddenly got a shit ton of views on them. I don't understand what happened. Very strange. Because then... No, it's not a bad thing. It was just, I was like, huh? So I posted the last one that we streamed on this guy, and I can't remember what day it was. I guess Wednesdays. And that one only had 8 views. I'm like, really? So the other ones are going to get triple digits, and then the most recent one's got 8. Okay. It doesn't make sense. I will never be able to figure it the fuck out. But I don't know. You were thinking of doing vids this year, possibly easier than streaming free with your schedule, but you don't know yet. Yeah, I mean, I tend to stream just because I hate video editing. But then I do stuff where I have to video edit, so... For someone that hates video editing, I sure do a lot of it, but the shorter stuff's not so bad. And then again, I'm like doing bare minimum, so... And at least if you're just recording, you can, it'll be easier. Like, time-wise. Like, you can record over a couple days if you want. And then, like, slap it all together. Sometimes I'll speed record stuff. You kind of have to edit taking stream to VOD to a vid a lot. It depends on what I'm doing. The stuff from here that we've streamed, I just export directly over to YouTube, to the YouTube channel, and I just post it. Like, I have to put in the description of some kind and any links that I want to put in the video description, and then I have to type in my search tags and all, but those I tend to not edit. The ones that, it depends on what I'm doing. Like, the straight VOD just gets put over there. If I'm doing a speed felt of all of a project, or a speed paint of all of a project, start to finish, into one video, then I have to, I will export them to YouTube and then download them from my content folder over there, because it downloads faster from there than it does from Twitch for some reason for me. And then I will cut out spots where I wasn't talking, or I was talking with my hands, or the times I have to get up, take the dog out, and then I will speed it up to condense it all down for those videos. But it depends. Yeah. Like, it depends on what I'm doing. And we figured out that if, like, I was doing the speed felts at, like, sped up to 8 or 9%, which I think was either 800 or 900 percent speed. It depended on what screen you are on, what number you put in DaVinci. And then Russell was looking at it, and he was trying to help me make this go a little bit faster. So he just threw everything in. Like, I was cutting it and then speeding up. When he does his pass, he speeds it up and then he goes back and cuts the dead stuff out, which is faster for him. But then I go back and do another pass on it now and nitpick sections that he didn't have the patience to deal with, because I'm a little neurotic when it comes to certain parts of the speed felts. I'm like, well, that doesn't need to be there. That doesn't need to be there. That doesn't need to be there. I cut out a lot more than he does. Actually, I have the speed felt from the last Bob Ross one that we did. He has that ready for me now. I just haven't had the chance to work on it yet. Plus, I'm still trying to finish the speed paint from the chicken. And then I might do a full speed felt on Chungus, maybe. Haven't fully decided on that yet, but I might. But I think I'm gonna try to do, I think I'm gonna finish the chicken first, because that one's in progress. I have a couple pieces of the Chungus project already edited down that I had recorded and posted when I had the time to do it. There's a lot more that hasn't been edited together and posted yet, the in-between stuff, in between the streams, that I still need to do. So I'm thinking I'll get the chicken done, right? I'll get the audio laid on that. And then I'll do the Bob Ross one, because that one's pretty behind in coming out. And then I'll work on Chungus. Since the Chungus one's probably going to take me the longest right now to go through. You're just being stubborn is what you are right now. That's what you're being. Because there were some sections when I was recording that I drifted off camera for a couple minutes, so I've got to cut that stuff out and try to find a good merge point. Doesn't take me too long to make a start card and an end card. I have those kind of, some of them I have saved, and I don't usually go real elaborate on those. I like to bare minimum. I just use Creta. I know a lot of people use Canva. I don't have Canva. I've never used it. I don't know what all is involved in learning it. Alright, let me get another little piece here. I know some people use that. Creta works fine for what I need it to do. And like, I've got a portable hard drive that I'm sticking all of my video on. And then like, as I'm done with as I finish a vid, I'm like recording I'm deleting all the raw video. I don't need it once the vid's done. It's not like we're spilling the tea and have receipts we have to keep a hold of. Oh, and I have a folder with some finished vids on it. I don't have them all. I tend to delete them after a while just because it's like, it's already posted. I don't really need to keep this at this point. As long as it goes up with no issues. If I lose the vid, I lose the vid. I don't meticulously keep every single raw video clip or anything because it just takes up too much space. I would have like 10 portable hard drives at this point if I did that. As soon as the project's done, I'm like, bye. I have my final vid. I don't need the raw working file anymore. Hear about using what's free? Yeah, Creta's free. I'm not sure what free video editing stuff is out there. If you want, the husband might be able to help you find something, unless you've got something built into your laptop already. I think YouTube has a video editor baked into it too. I just haven't used it. So I don't know how that goes. Oh, this is getting so roughed up here from the little temporary landing pad I've got. I think I've used the YouTube one before, but it's changed. Yeah, I don't really use that one. I can kind of get what I want edited through DaVinci. Talk to him if you want to try that. I've used Sony Vegas in the past and was okay with the one version, and then they did a new version and I just couldn't figure out how to use it because they like changed all the settings and it pissed me off, so then I tried to find something else. I was using Adobe something or other for a while, and then all that went to stupid. And just getting some water here. Just want to tighten up those fibers a little bit more than they were. Okay, it's not quite as disheveled as it was, though we're not done yet, so probably gonna have to fix that again. And I can try to re-tap everything into place, but it might just be easier to give him a haircut. Alrighty. Okay, this section's a little bit squishier, so this should go in a little bit faster. In theory. Definitely in theory. I'm just trying to slide this a little bit closer so I don't necessarily have to put another light blue patch in there already. I mean, Da Vinci's okay. It's got a shit ton of features that I still don't understand. But I found how to fade the audio out on it, so it just doesn't abruptly stop on me at the end, which was good. And I can get it to do the sped up what I need it to do stuff. This thing like pings whenever I tap it. It like vibrates. I'm kind of scared. Like I just like tapped it and I could like feel the feet vibrate. I was like, oh. Great. Did not know you could get polyfill to compact that tightly, but apparently you can. And like I've had like a stray strand of it here and there that's wanted to poke through, but it hasn't been that bad. Like I've been able to either grab my tweezers and pull that strand out, or I've been able to tuck it back in where it needs to be. And pulling one strand of that out here and there is fine. I really don't feel like doing game night tonight, but maybe we'll try to play Tetris tonight. I'm sure it's going to be the obligatory Uno and Scrabble. I suck at Scrabble so much. Like, I can make the words for Scrabble. It's just... I always just get the short end of the stick when it comes to, you know, places being open that I can work with the letters that I've got. And I'll think I finally got a good word. And I get a decent number of points on it, and then Russell comes in and throws a plural on it, and then, like, blows me out of the water. I'm like, you son of a bitch. I'm like, stop it. Every single time. You're playing The Sims for the first time in forever and they've changed a lot. I don't even remember the last time I played The Sims. It's been a while. Which version are you playing? Like the current one, or like one of the older ones? Sims 4? Like, part of me wanted it just for, like, the farm animal aspect on whatever Sims that one is. At one point, and then I was like, I don't know. Would I really play it, though? That I don't know. There's a lot of randomness to your Sims now, which is good and bad. I can see that being trouble. I'm definitely seeing that being trouble. Oof. Oh no! When did you lose internet? You're back. Unless that was your test message. Oh, unless you're on your phone. That's possible. Our lights were blinking the one day and I didn't even notice. I went into my mom's room and the lights blinked. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, there's something wrong with that light bulb. And he goes, no, the whole house has been doing it all day. And I was like, really? I was like, I haven't noticed. He goes, yeah. Because that's not the first time it's done that today. And I was like, if you say so. I don't think it's done it since. You have no signal where you live, so you have to go audio only. Oh, geez. Well, that sucks. Although we're still doing much of the same, so you're not missing too much. We're just wrapping further up the neck. We'll say if we do move from here, and Russell's kind of reluctant to do so. There's pros and cons for it. I'm gonna miss our fiber internet. You switch on your phone, so at least that still works a bit. Well, that's something, I guess. Like, there is a grocery store within walking distance of the house here. And it's in a relatively neutrally safe area at this time. So he is a little reluctant to pick up and go somewhere. But we're gonna, if we end up going that route, we're gonna end up doing a road trip to the area that we're considering and kind of stake the place out for a little bit. Get a feel for the area, because I mean you can only tell so much from Google Maps what's in what area, because those maps are not that up to date a lot of the times. I will say, it had been forever since they updated Google Maps on our road. And, like, I've been on, like almost 5 years. And we got a postcard in the mail from a real estate agent or somebody that buys houses or something, saying that they were interested in buying this place and that they would like to talk to us. And on the front of the postcard was a picture of our house. A current picture of our house. Like, taken within, like, the last, like, 2 weeks. Because there was something new there that hadn't been there previously. Or at least within the last month. And I was like, what the fuck? And I'm looking at this postcard and it says, public images used. And I was like, huh? What do you mean public images? The last time, like, I know what public image is, but I was confused because there shouldn't have been an updated photo of our property in a public image anything. And I was like, what do you mean public image? Because sometimes, like, there's a parking lot across the street from us. And sometimes I'll go outside with the dogs or something, or I'll look outside. And there'll be vehicles sitting there in funny spots. Like, not pulled into a parking space. Like, almost pulled up to the driveway exit, but pulled back a little bit so they're not actually in the driveway trying to actively turn out of there. Or they're, like, at a weird angle or something. Something that definitely makes you notice and be like, that's weird. So immediately, hold on. Excuse me. Don't give out on me now, voice. So, it kind of freaked me out a little bit. And I'm like, did somebody actually sit in the parking lot across the street and take a picture of our house? Because sometimes there's cars that sit there for what feels like too long to have just pulled over for something. Right? Like, it feels weird. Because, like, they didn't get out of their car. They're still sitting in there. The car's still running. It's at a weird, funny angle. And I'm like, what's this about? Probably has nothing to do with me. But it's just weird. And then I got that postcard in the mail and I was like, So, like, 10 minutes later, I'm in Google Maps, like, looking up our address. Apparently the Google car drove by and had just updated the images, and I didn't know it had driven by, but apparently they had, like, updated it, like, within the last, like, month or two, and I was like, oh, okay, so that's just, like, a weird, freaky coincidence. That's fine, I guess. It was still creepy as shit, though. Yeah, the maps around there are messed up. They have old exit numbers that have since changed. Yeah, that's like the one thing that makes me nervous using the GPS thingy. So it's like, are you up to date? Are you? But yeah, it was rather deeply concerning because, you know, we'll just see these cars parked over there at weird times. It's not the first time we've gotten a postcard about somebody being interested in buying the property. That's like, fine, whatever. It was just the fact that the image was so recent and they're saying, oh, we used public domain. And I'm like, but did you though? Because I was like, there shouldn't be an updated photo of the property that's in public domain right now, as far as I'm aware. I'm like, are you sure you used public domain and you weren't just sitting across the street taking a photo and saying you're using public domain? Because that's kind of a bit much, my friend. And it makes me not want to use you to sell the house all the more. Yeah, I found it on Getty Images. Yeah, it's like, why is it? Why? Just out here taking photos of houses and just posting them randomly. Don't do that. Unless it's your own property. And you're doing it for some kind of personal project. Don't post pictures of random people's houses on purpose. They're not going to appreciate it. It was very, very concerning. Like, for 10 minutes, I was like, what the fuck is going on? The last time I looked to do directions, the image that was provided by Google of the front of the house was like from 2013 or something. It's like, huh? What are you talking about? Like, I said to Russell, I said that would be kind of an interesting job, but at the same time, like, the worst job ever. Like, I guess it'd be fun if you like to travel, but I guess it would also depend on, A, how many miles you have to do in a day, B, making sure the equipment's still running properly, and I'm sure that that takes you into some sketchy neighborhoods at times that you probably don't want to be in. Like, I do wonder if any of the Google image cars have ever gotten caught in some shit going down. They only use local people once they got an area mapped out. They find, really? I didn't know that. I guess because the locals... It makes sense in a way because the locals would know, like, the side streets and shit. Because, I mean, that's gotta be, like, a tedious fucking task of trying to, like, find every little road in an area. Especially if it's a rural area and some of these roads don't have names. I guess as long as, you know, it's not like a permanent job. I mean, maybe. But, like, some of the roads around here are still dirt roads and shit. They haven't paved all the roads around here. And there's some roads that I don't know if they're actually someone's driveway or if they're like an actual road. And I know that sounds weird, but there's this one road. Yeah, horror movie roads, yeah. There's like this one road that has like, it's got like a tree canopy around it. Like on both sides of it is trees and it's real tall and it like covers and it looks like so magical to drive down. But I don't know if it's a road or if it's somebody's driveway, and I never, like, I'm so afraid to tell him to drive down it just to see where it goes. Because I don't want to wind up in somebody's driveway and have it be like the wrong property that you should not have done that to. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I'm curious, but I'm not like that fucking curious. I guess I could try to look it up on Google Maps to see if it's actually somebody's driveway or not, but I don't know if I necessarily trust Google Maps to be correct, so. Because it's such... The way the trees are, like, around each side of it make me feel like it's someone's private property. But, I mean, I could be wrong, too. But it's the only road around here I've seen like that. Apparently they had put in a new park in our town a little while ago. So I think they just got the playground equipment put in because people were bitching that it was taking so long, and they're like, it's on back order, what do you want us to do? And they finally got it all put in, and I still don't know where this fucking park is. I have no idea where it is. I know the name of it, but I don't know where it is. I guess I could try to look up the directions for it. But it's like, I have no idea where they put this park. Apparently they added a dog park to it. However, it sounds like in that particular dog park, your dogs have to stay on the leash. Which I found kind of weird because I thought the whole point of a dog park was so that they could run off the leash and play with other dogs. But maybe, I guess that's only certain dog parks? I guess? I don't know. I'd never heard of a dog park that required a leash on. That I found intriguing. I think somebody was bitching about somebody's dog running loose in the dog park, and I was like, huh? I was like, isn't that the whole point? They're like, there's signs posted, and I'm like, okay, maybe for insurance purposes or something? They want those dogs to be on a leash? I don't know. Unless there were some incidents with somebody's dog. Although, it's not like anybody obeys leash laws around here anyway. There's leash laws in the state park. They'll let you bring your dogs in on the walking path that they've got paved in there, but like the dog has to be on a leash because it's state park. Not really asking a whole lot. I mean, there's like wildlife and deer and shit running through there sometimes, so I get it. And, you know, there's people and kids and stuff that might not be expecting a dog to come running up on them. It makes sense in that setting, especially when it's not a fenced-in, contained area that you know dogs are going to be in. I'm fine with that. That makes sense. I think, you know, in an uncontained setting, all dogs should be on a leash. But this one lady refused to put her dog on a leash. She's just walking along, dogs running everywhere, barking at shit. Scared a deer I was trying to take a picture of. I was like, really? And then it startled another one, and I was sitting on a bench and it came flying like right in front of me. I was like, oh my god, what's happening? Like whenever she saw somebody else around, she was like putting the dog back on the leash. I'm like, ma'am, this is why we can't have nice things. Because nobody wants to do the thing, and if it came near other people, then she was yelling at it to get back there, and the dog was listening oh so well. I'm just like, this ain't it. You're gonna ruin it for the other people that like to bring their dogs with them. Something's gonna happen. Because apparently last spring there was a mother deer that had a baby. And she was damn territorial. If you went to use that part of the walking trail that she had her baby near, she was charging people and people's dogs to get them to back the fuck off. Even if they couldn't even see the baby. Like, people thought that there was something wrong with it. And they're like, no, there's a baby there. So it's like, this is why you need to have your pets on a leash. You don't know what's going on. But we don't really need to aggravate the wildlife any more than it already is. Because they have been building like crazy in this town. The heaps of farmland that there were are slowly becoming subdivisions of the cookie cutter variety that all look the same. Which kind of angers me. I'm like, at least let the houses have some fucking personality. So them all looking fucking identical. It's kind of creepy when they all start to look identical. At least to me. Always bugged the shit out of me. I'm like, there's 50 houses in this subdivision, and every single one of them looks identical. Which house is yours? Oh, the brick one. Which one? They're all made of brick. And then they like to embed the mailboxes in these, like, built up brick covers or whatever. And I can't tell you how many times I've seen people posting on Facebook looking for a mason that can help me fix this. And it's a picture of their mailbox laying smashed on the ground because somebody hit it. Like, really? Okay, I mean, I guess if you like that thing, then that's one thing, but there were these mailboxes in Florida that I want so bad. They're like all over down there. And I think you can buy them. I don't know how much they are, but they're like in the shape of animals. I really, really want one of those fucking things so bad. If I can find a flamingo one. So it'll be like a manatee holding the mailbox and its flippers, like the letter part. I've seen a manatee, I've seen a dolphin. I think I've seen a couple other ones. I can't remember if I saw a flamingo one though. I was like, Russell, I want one. Alright, don't think we're gonna get Chungus finished on stream, just looking at how much time I've got left, unless I pull a miracle. We're certainly gonna keep trying, though. I mean, he'll get done tonight, one way or another, I think. Depending on how long of a game night we go. We picked up Clue, but I don't know if we're gonna try to do that tonight or not. Pause, take out all the mailboxes around there. That's the only thing I'd be afraid of it breaking. I mean, they're so fucking cute. But again, if we end up leaving here, I'd want to take it with me. And I don't know if we would have the space to take it with us. Depending on what we would be doing about that. Like, I'd almost want to, like, we'd probably have to, like, look around somewhere and then, like, figure out if that's definitely where we want to be, and then do some serious number crunching. So it would probably end up involving talking to a real estate agent. Because he's like, I don't want to end up in a food desert when we have a grocery store down the street from us. And I'm like, yeah, that's fair, but this is too much house. This is way too much house. And he goes, no, I do agree, it is too much house. For just him and I, it's too much. And then we were briefly entertaining the idea of, well, what if we did work on this property to rent it? And then put a tiny house in the backyard and lived in it. I was like, I don't know. Because then we're in their backyard. Like, they'll have, like, nowhere to entertain. And then if they are in the backyard entertaining, they're in our front yard. There would be, like, no peace and quiet in that scenario. And I don't even think we could get away with it, because the yard's not that big. So I don't necessarily know that I'd want to do that. But we might have a better idea of what we might be considering doing come next fall. After we see what's going on with some things. But we gotta see. I think he would like to go to Michigan. So much snow. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of that, but I mean, I guess we would get used to being back in the colder temperatures. But I don't know. If it ain't warm, you're not interested. Yeah. Like, I'd prefer to be somewhere a little bit warmer than that, but I'd almost like to go back to New Jersey, but we just can't afford it. Oh, wow. That stiffened up quite a bit. Fascinating. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be that surprised, because the legs did get pretty stiff too, but that seems to be a bit stiffer than the legs there. I mean, I'd like to be somewhere a little bit warmer with not quite as much snow, but because when it gets cold down here, even for like a day, it can really wreck me. But we'll have to see. God damn it. My voice does not want to cooperate today. Oh, there was talk of maybe Vermont too, because that's up where... I mean, he's from New Hampshire. I don't know. He's like trying to think more bigger picture long term. I don't know if he's overreacting to something that may or may not affect us. I don't know. But things have a way of changing. So won't really know until we get there. We can definitely see us making progress here. That's for certain. And the houses around here are still selling like crazy. Saw one house that looked way too small to be selling for the price that it did. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. They're asking for how much? That was just crazy. In fact, let me see here. Housing everywhere is getting out of hand. Yeah, like, it's like so fucking ridiculous. Like, there's a 0.34 acre lot, an empty lot going for $40,000. And it's just like, you've got to be kidding me. And that's the cheapest lot. In this area, which is fucking ridiculous. I'm still scrolling through and it's still nothing but land. Here we go. The first house I landed on, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,237 square feet of living space. The lot itself is just under 9,000 square foot. 173,500. Like, and it's not in the greatest shape. And I was just like, wow. And that's the cheapest house. And they just go up from there. Like, exponentially up from there. There's all kinds of commercial land they're trying to sell for like $2 million and whatever. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Like, the rent in this area is also fucking ridiculous. Like, rent in this area before the pandemic, you could easily find something for like $400, $500 max a month in our town. Now, I don't know what happens with the pandemic to make these fucking house prices soar, but now rent, you can't find rent for like under $1,000 a month in most cases. And the ones that are under $1,000 a month before utilities, there's like a huge long waiting list for. The school district is not that great, because they did the school district report cards for the area maybe like a month ago. And with the way people keep wanting to move here, I'm like, oh, this is probably part of the reason why. And then I saw the report card. I was like, what? Like, the district got like C's for their ratings, and I was like, the school district's not even that great. Like, what the heck? Taxes out here are insane because there's no businesses or anything. They just don't want any of it. Yeah, there's a set of people in this town that all you see is them bitching about chain restaurants and chain gas stations coming in on this road that they built in to bypass the town, to go around it. It's still in the town, but it doesn't go through like downtown. And oh my god, the absolute hatred for businesses coming into there is just unbelievable. I'm like, let them come in. Let them pay some taxes. Y'all are bitching about the infrastructure not being good enough to handle all the people moving in here. Well, if these businesses come in, they'll be generating some more tax revenue for the goddamn city, and then they can make the fucking improvements that they need to better the infrastructure, so, you know, they can get rid of the brown water in parts of town, replace the water pipes and all that. I was like, this is how these are going to happen unless you want your taxes to go through the roof. You're the ones that are going to start bitching about the taxes. Like, take the gift that is being given. The money, they're going to pay taxes. It's going to go back into the town funds. Like, what the hell? Oh, all these chain stores coming in, running out the mom and pop businesses. There's one diner that's open like a couple of days a week and only for lunch, it seems. There's a family-run Mexican restaurant, and then there's like a chain Mexican restaurant that was in town and then moved out to the bypass so they could serve liquor. There's a Sonic in town. They weren't bitching about that. But oh my god, you would have thought Armageddon was about to happen when Taco Bell and Casey's gas station moved in, and the talk of the McDonald's coming in, which still hasn't come in yet. Something about building permits or whatever. Don't know if that's still gonna happen. But, like, oh my god, people. Like, calm your shit. Like, the taxes on this property right now are under $500 a year, which is doable. excuse me, it's tight, but it's doable. I was looking at taxes back in Jersey, and that's the reason why we can't go back to Jersey. Is because it's like $1,200, $2,000. And I was like, God damn. I was like, that ain't happening. There ain't no way. It's just not gonna happen. Because it's the taxes that are gonna get us. So that's something I've been trying to look at. In the limited amount of digging I've done. I didn't go too far down any major rabbit holes. Just kind of on the surface of getting ideas for places. But I find it funny that on like the realtor websites, when they've got like maps of where like houses are located and stuff, there's an option that you can click on to show public transportation that might be nearby. So like if there's a bus system or a train system. And then there's another option that you can click that says like grocery. And they keep kicking up Dollar General as a grocery store, and I'm like, no. no. They might have some dry things, but they're not a real grocery store. I'm talking like a real dedicated grocery store that, you know, has like fruits and vegetables. Not just, you know, pantry stuff. Just so many of them, especially in the Carolinas. Yeah, it's like that's not really the same thing, people. They might have some pantry items, and I gotta say, everything we've ever gotten from our Dollar General that's been like chips or crackers or something, it never tastes right. It always tastes off, and I don't know why. Like, we've never gotten sick, and it'll be like the same brand at like Walmart or something, but it always just tastes a little different. And we're like, why? Why does this not taste right? So that's kind of annoying. But I'm like, no, this isn't a grocery store. This is a store that has grocery items. It's a difference. Like, it'll be the only thing for like miles and miles and miles and miles. And I was like, that's not helpful if these maps are up to date. Which I don't always know that they are. I really wanted to be closer to the ocean, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. Kinda, is that just a shadow? What is happening here? Or I think that was just a shadow. I hate being landlocked so much. I don't like it. I mean, we haven't really had much of a choice here, and a lake is not the same as growing up near the ocean and having the salt air and everything. It's just not the same. Now, I didn't grow up on the ocean. I grew up on the back bays in South Jersey. Low tide wasn't always the greatest time of day, but at least you had water near you. And the ocean wasn't that far. We were on a barrier island. So, like, the ocean, Atlantic City was like, maybe 15-minute car ride. Roughly. Bus might have been more like 45 minutes because of all the stops it makes. You just always seem to be around swamps. Yeah, like low tide smelled kind of funky, but it was a smell you got used to and you knew it was like, oh, it's low tide. Also kind of liked seeing all the crabs running through the marsh near the sidewalk that went past it at low tide sometimes. Didn't like the smell, but he liked seeing all the crabs. Alright, we're getting there. We are getting there. We've definitely got a good chunk of this done. If we're close enough, I might be able to go a little bit over today. We will see. How we go. It's getting a little tricky in here. Like tricky as in how I'm gonna hold it. So, let's see. This worked into here. So apparently there was an earthquake a couple days ago in eastern Arkansas. We didn't feel it here. I didn't know anything about it till I saw the article. I was like, huh? There was? I think we've felt 2 earthquakes here since we've been here. And I believe those originated in Oklahoma. Like just over the border. But apparently it was on the one fault line that everybody's super nervous about over here. The strongest earthquake I've ever felt was back in New Jersey, of all places. When there was that strong one, or strong for the depth, that was in Virginia, that went like up the East Coast. That was scary. I did not care for that. I could have very much done without that. Forget what that was. It wasn't like terribly strong, but for its shallowness, it was pretty strong. And we were in the basement in the house in New Jersey, and I was sitting on a footstool that rocks. It like went with a rocking chair, but we didn't have the rocking chair anymore. We just had the footstool that like kind of glided back and forth. And I was sitting on that, and Russell was sitting behind me in my desk chair. And we were watching something on my computer. And I could feel the stool kind of like sliding back and forth. Like I could feel me moving slightly. And I thought he was doing something, so I didn't really think much of it. I thought he was fidgeting or had an itch or something, and he was scratching it, so it was making me move. And it kept going on, and finally I'm like, what are you doing? Because it was starting to bug me. He goes, I'm not doing anything. It's like, I'm sitting here. I'm like, you're moving, because you're doing something. I said, because I'm moving all over the place. He's like, I'm not doing anything. He goes, I thought you were doing something to make that thing move. I was like, no, just sitting here. And then I had a wind chime hanging up in the room. We didn't get any air down there, really. Like, once in a while, my fan might have made it make a noise. We didn't have any fans running or anything. And then all of a sudden, it started to make noise. And him and I froze. And we're like, what? Between the footstool moving with me sitting on it, and then that thing starting to make noise rather abruptly, we realized something was going on, and we started to try to head upstairs, and then it got real strong, and we're like, oh fuck, an earthquake, and we're like, we need to get out of the basement. And we were trying to run for the stairs. And I remember when I went to put my foot down, it, like, the ground wasn't there. Like, I felt my foot, like, I knew based off where the other foot landed that foot should have hit the ground, and it didn't. I felt like I was in midair for a couple of seconds with that foot. Like, I'm like, where's the ground? And I almost fell because of it, but we finally got upstairs. And, I think we stepped outside. Or just as we got up there, it was like starting to stop. It was crazy. I was like, what is happening? And I think the stupidest part about it was that it wasn't really necessarily that strong of an earthquake. It was just because it was so fucking shallow. So that was crazy. That was several years ago. We didn't seem to get any damage from it, but I think they felt it like all the way up to... I think parts of Maine felt it, and I feel like they felt it down towards like South Carolina too. It was crazy how far it went. But it seemed like the earthquake that happened here a couple days ago was on that New Madrid fault line. That everybody's like, oh my god, it's due for a big one, it's due, it's gonna be bad. And I'm like, okay, but how bad? We don't know. You can't predict that. Not far out with any certainty. Earthquakes are one thing. I'm like, nope, nope, nope. You can keep that shit. I don't want that. I don't want that. I'll take a good old-fashioned hurricane. Tropical storm. Those I get some kind of warning on and can prepare for. Not a fan of the ground just suddenly moving. Extra. That's noticeable. And things starting to disintegrate around you. It's like, nope, 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 nope. Do not want. No thanks. Yeah, it's like, nope, I don't. And especially up in that area, like, New Jersey doesn't really get earthquakes, so it's not like, I don't really think there's any earthquake building codes there necessarily. Not like other earthquake prone areas, that's for sure. But I can live without those. It's like all these other earthquakey areas, you can keep them. I don't want them. No, thank you. Okay, so we hit a stiff section again. So those aren't quite as quick to work through here. I don't know if that's the right color. So let me just grab a fresh piece here. Got a small spot that didn't want to get covered up with blue here. The dark blue. Right here. So we'll just fill that guy in. Yeah, so if we end up leaving here, we don't know if we're going to just end up renting somewhere. Really didn't want to rent if we could help it, but there's pros and cons to it. Pro, something breaks, it's the landlord's problem. Con, they can raise your rent yearly. And you could end up getting priced out fairly quickly. And then if you're renting a condo, then you've got like condo association fees and all that. And I understand they're to help maintain the property. I get that. It's just I don't know if it's in the budget. Like, what are the amenities? It would depend on what I'm paying for. Like, do we have a shuttle to take you grocery shopping and stuff? That might be worth it. If there's no other way to get around. Yeah, it's like there's no easy answer. There really isn't. It's really gonna come down to what's gonna be the lesser of the two evils, because I was telling him the stuff that's gonna have to get done here soon. Especially if we plan on staying here. That's gonna be our problem. And I'm like, that's a lot of money that I don't necessarily want to sink into this property. This property has never felt like home to me. Ever. It always is going to feel like I'm staying with somebody else because, you know, it's not my house. And it feels weird. It's unsettling. But at the same time, if we don't have anywhere else to go, we don't have anywhere else to go. But also, this is a lot of house for two people. Yeah, it's like we've always been with somebody else. We've never really had our own place because we couldn't afford it, and it's hard to feel comfortable and that you have a safe space. It's not, like, I never had that, oh, let's go home. It's time to go home. Like, oh, we're going back to the house. You know, it's, you get it. Some people don't understand that, but like, I was trying to explain it to Russell, and he only kind of partially understood it. But the biggest thing is that for two people, this is a lot of house. Yeah, it's a weird feeling. Like, I feel like I'm just kind of twisting in the wind. Like, I don't really have a place to call mine, whether it's an apartment or a condo or an owned dwelling. Like, but it's a lot of property for two people. Like, for just the two of us, I mean, this house isn't that big necessarily, but it also is at the same time. And it's just like, I don't necessarily think there's any amount of stuff that we could do here that would make it feel like our place. Just that isn't the vibe this place is giving off to me. This place has always given me a temporary solution vibe. But we'll see what happens. We've got a few years before we have to make any real decisions on that, but same with where you're at. It's an in-between, not, yeah. Like, we were kicking around the idea of getting like a little camper trailer and just kind of trying to figure out where we wanted to be, but that's a lot of money to put into a temporary situation too. Because then we'd probably also have to have like a storage unit to have all of our shit in. If we keep this place and go scouting around ahead of time, that might not be a real bad idea. I mean, we're going to scout it out regardless. If we can find some place that looks like it could work. But we'll have to see. I really wanted to finish you, Chungus, but I think I don't know if we're gonna have enough time to do this on stream. Which kind of infuriates me, but we're so close. Of course, now he's getting super awkward to hold on to. But I was surprised my brother actually, according to my mom, was excited that she's actually gonna come down, that we're bringing her. Because he's like, oh yeah, I'll show you my current house and my new house that I'm working on. And I think he's still undecided if he's gonna sell the one house or not. And I'm just like, damn, how many houses do you fucking need, dude? Like, between the houses and the boat. And alright, so we're almost there. Almost there. Definitely have to post some photos. Like all nights I wish we still had the pre-made chicken nuggets. Like, I can go late. I don't have to make dinner tonight. Not anything major. Definitely want to try to get some more of those, because we don't have that much fast food in the house. Like, don't really have anything that I can just throw in the oven and be like, okay, set the timer and walk away. I get annoyed at having to make dinner all the time. Like, even for myself, I get annoyed. Like, I don't know what the fuck I want. Why? Why is trying to figure out what dinner is going to be so difficult? Like, I can kind of cook. It's just, it makes such a mess and it takes so much time, and I'm just like, meh. And then I have to stand there and babysit it. And I get mad that I can't go walk away for a minute. And then I have to remember to take something out of the freezer the night before to thaw it, most of the time. I actually have to do an inventory of what I've got left in the freezer, because we didn't buy that much when we went food shopping the beginning of the month, because I had some stuff and I feel silly going food shopping for a bunch of stuff when we're not gonna be here for a couple of weeks, but at the same time I gotta eat in the meantime. And my mom doesn't like to do leftovers really, so that also kinda puts a crimp in some dinner plans. So like before, I would just make like a whole pot of like stew, and then I'd have it for a couple of days, and I would just like reheat it. And, like half the time she doesn't want leftovers the next day, and I'm like, well, you're making this fucking difficult. I don't think we have anything easy today. I don't think we have any tomato soup. So I think he has a pack of hot dogs in the fridge that he hasn't opened yet, but hot dogs don't always sit well. I just get at a loss of what the fuck to make sometimes. Which is why I liked it when I could get those like tiny hamburger sliders, because like, oh, this is perfect. I don't really have to think about it. Just throw it on the pan and cook it. Chungus, your head is getting very awkward to deal with. I feel like we're so close. There's a light at the end of the Chungus tunnel. It's coming. It's a chunging along. We're getting there. Ever so slowly. Well, honestly, I guess we didn't do too bad time-wise today. Considering we had to finish part of a leggy. So we'll just hit that guy up now. Really shocked my brother was like, yeah, I'll go to the zoo. I was like, really? I did not expect him to say yes. Didn't think he would want to take the time from running his business. So that kind of shocked the shit out of me. Yeah, I think we did fairly good today. Considering the amount of time it takes to stab everything into place. Question is, if I go to 4:30, do we think we can finish it? I don't know. I mean, we could try. We're so close. Let's see where we are at 4:15. So like 15 minutes. We'll see where we're sitting. Well, that's a squishy part. Oh, am I turning your head? Didn't mean to do that. Don't know if 15 minutes is gonna see us where I would like to be. Ideally, we probably need another hour. But let's see. Watch the fingers. Alright, let's see here. Got a slight thin spot back here. Ah, let go. So let's see if we can get that put in there. Kind of have to hold you in place though. So if I don't hold this, the needle's not gonna stab in. At least not very well. Like, it'll stab in, but it might come with the needle when I go to pull it out. Alright, so is that a plate? Okay, we've got another spot right here that I just don't feel like fighting with. I could just cover these up with blue, the dark blue. I'm just using the light blue as just, you know, why not? Fun spots. So we need another little tiny piece right here. Alright, was that? Okay. So I twisted his head just a tiny bit by accident, but I think we're still okay. At least it's not like in a terrible position. Alright, so let's get that tacked into there. Just enough to hold you in place. I know that we've got a gap right there. That's okay. That's okay. We're gonna have to put a tiny patch on that spot. Okay, Chungus, I need you to work with me here, buddy. Alrighty. So I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at our time, and as much as I want to finish this guy live, I don't think I'm going to be able to. I will record finishing it up after dinner, because I'm thinking, you know, I kind of wanted to put some black on the inside of the mouth and then do a tongue, and so to do all that and to get him finished proper. Can you get out of my shirt, please? Thank you. Rambunctious this one is. So I think to get all of that done to where I'm happy with it, I'm gonna probably need like another hour and a half. So yeah, so I will finish attaching that part of him after dinner. But we're almost there, because yeah, like I wanted to have some like grass or something hanging out of his mouth too. So we're not bad, and I will post the photos when I get them done later, and I'll have it recorded so we can do a speed run on the project after I get my backlog of editing caught back up. But yeah, I think we will end up doing dinner. I'm starving. I've had like a yogurt today so far, and I've been up since like 6:30. Or yeah, well technically I woke up at 6, but yeah, I'm getting to where I need to eat, and I'm sure other people have stuff that they need to run along to, and there's no sense in rushing it when we've got this little bit left to go. So thank you guys for hanging in there with me. I'll post pictures on Twitter and Instagram and in Zortz's Discord and on the Kofi page. I bet. You get some sleep, Boz. Hopefully tomorrow morning will be quiet for you at work. Everybody else, have a safe night at work too. Be careful, you two, going in and coming home. If anybody's going out partying tonight, make sure you have a designated driver. Please do it safely. Watch your drinks. Make sure that you don't take any drinks from people you don't know and all that jazz. No tragedies this holiday. And you all have a great night. Happy New Year. And I will see you all tomorrow for painting.